they don't get into a huge fight with another person that's there.
How many
Uh,
people did you run into? I'm kind of interested in to know how many people you ran into that acted crazy because they were going to get in trouble for something, so they were trying to act crazy.
there were a couple people. There were a few.
Yeah,
There were a few. There was one guy that was definitely going to prison, and he act I'm not sure. That guy,
Can you
I
hear me
don't
now?
that was one there was one guy out of the whole time that I thought was faking,
yeah,
Yes.
because I think he was trying to get a different, sentence to somewhere else.
yeah, yeah,
But most of the time, but there was for sure one, for sure. Now I'm sure nurses that spent their whole time in mental health, especially from with some people like in their 30s and 40s, I would guess there was a lot more.
yeah.
You're probably right.
You could probably see a distinctive difference too, and somebody that's
Now,
trying
can
to
you hear
act
me?
that way, and somebody that's legit that
Can
way.
y'all hear
Because
me
like,
now?
I mean, the legit people, it's I
Okay.
guess it's more spontaneous probably with them.
Well,
Yeah, and I can
spontaneous,
hear
and
nothing.
they
I
don't
hear
have
nothing.
moments where they're just a lot of them don't have moments where they're like sitting in the room leaning back watching shows and laughing. And when they're having a really bad break or
Yeah,
something, are you catching them on a cell phone just texting away in
yeah,
place,
yeah,
and when
yeah.
they could have a cell phone? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So there are some there were some things there,
Hey, how we doing, bro?
like one moment. Now there are people that can spontaneously snap on a dime.
Yeah.
They'll be acting fine,
Back.
and then
Thank you.
okay, I'll give you an example. I had to watch a dude one night, and everybody was saying, "Watch out for this dude! Watch out for this dude!" Whatever. Me and him were cool the whole night. We just sat there. I had to keep a watch on him 1-to-1, watching shows together, Friends. What are those Impractical Joker guys? All this stuff, and he was sitting there just laughing and whatever. I got up to get him a drink, right? My shoe tapped his shoe, and he went off. He went off. He was like, "I'm calling my cousins. They're going to be outside waiting for you. I can't do anything to you. They're going to kill you." And he went through all this stuff, man. He went through he after that, after 11 hours of me and him just sitting there chilling, talking every now and then, watching. He would laugh at the TV. My shoe brushed his shoe,
Trying to play footsie with the dude, man. He didn't like
and that
it.
that was it. That was it. So yeah, I mean, you see some stuff, man, for sure. Um, but yeah, I really back to the one thing. Muffin Man's back now. Uh, have you heard about this stuff, Muffin Man? The buying of property, the buying of farmland, all that stuff.
Yeah, so China was the first one that was trying to buy up all of our farmland. Um, and some states have began the process of getting that back from them. But there's some of the farmland that will never get back. They own it permanently, until they choose to sell it. And part of that's because, well, I mean, like I said before, I've talked about it before while I was in the army during, I think it was the 2009 shutdown. Yeah, during the 2009, 2010, somewhere right in that zone, that shutdown that occurred during that time. We actually got told in the U.S. military that if they didn't get that budget fixed, China was going to repossess our entire military equipment.
Shit.
They, like literally, we have not paid them for all of the military equipment that they built us.
Yeah.
Every one of like all of our Humvee, a lot of the Humvees that were made, a lot of the 5 tons, the tanks, the planes, a lot of that stuff was built in China and or manufactured in China and assembled in America. That's not something that's new. That's been going on since before 2000. Like I remember back in the 90s when we started here, when like people started bitching about the fact that factories were being sold to China. Never, they didn't, when I was a kid, nobody ever said what factories were being sold. But when I went and did my own research into it and noticed that, well, the first factories to go were literally all of the American vehicles,
Yeah. Yeah.
Ford, Chevy, all of them, all of those American vehicles went overseas. They were the first
Yeah.
ones to go. And then
That's
companies like
why at one
Little
point
Tykes and stuff followed.
we tried to give them the what they call it, man, the where we give the auto industries the money.
Like a
Um,
bailout.
yeah, the bailouts. We tried to do that for them at one point, but there's only so much money you can throw at them. If they
Yeah.
would lower the prices of the vehicles for one, they would still be making pretty damn good profit, and people would be able to buy them more. But the greed, man, the greed.
Well, there's that side of it, and then there's the other side of it that none of it's built to last. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah,
such thing there's no such thing as anything currently on the market that is built for longevity. Everything is built for replaceability because replaceability garners more profits.
right.
And especially on items like computers, PlayStations, some gaming devices, cell phones. Those parts are so dirt cheap. I mean, like everybody just rushed out to get the brand new $1,000 iPhone 15, and I'm telling you, you can get on Google and build it for fucking about $5.
Yeah,
The only thing that you have to pay for after you buy that $5 to $10 worth of electronics to put in to make the iPhone, the rest of that price is what the operating system costs.
right.
Literally. Like, I mean, this phone probably only costed about $20 to build because it's mostly plastic. I mean, the thing's mostly plastic. There's a piece of glass on the front. There's like maybe 3 grams of metal, maybe 10 grams of metal inside of this device. And it's not even one metal. It's like, fucking zero point 0.3 grams of gold, zero point 0.2 grams of platinum, like precious metals that have been stretched out. But yet you're going to tell me that this phone was worth $1,500?
Yeah, yeah.
I got it for free. Like, I ain't about to pay for one of these
I mean, you
motherfuckers.
could
I
buy
don't,
a really good tablet for what, like a couple $100, and the
right.
only difference is you can't make a call with it. It doesn't cost that much to get on the.
Ah.
Well, you can. Yeah,
Nowadays you
yeah.
can.
Now I want to talk about the land thing, right, for a minute,
Mm-hmm,
with China
mm-hmm.
and buying up the farmland and stuff like that. Um, farmland would be the easiest place to put like bases and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Do we have any regulations or anything like that saying if a country owns a certain amount of land here in the United States that they can't build like a base or anything on that?
What's stopping? Okay, theoretically, theoretically, let's say that I own my 2 acres of land and
Yeah,
I built a missile silo in my backyard. Who's to stop me? Who says I cannot build a missile silo? Not that I'm gonna build a missile that's a nuclear weapon, but who says I can't build a missile in my backyard?
right,
I mean, let's look and talk about Elon Musk, who, has built multiple rockets and sent them to outer space. Yeah, he had to go ask permission to send them into outer space, but he could have verily just easily built them and stood them there as a
right.
giant fuck you. Don't have to
Yeah, because
launch them. It's
that's an
just the fact that I
interesting
could do
thought,
it.
man. How
Hmm.
would we react as Americans if we just seen Chinese bases start being built on our land? Well, it's not technically our land; it would be their land.
Well,
But
they, no,
how
they
would we react?
well, you have to look at it from a different perspective because if they're purchasing land here in America and then going and doing things on the American economy, doesn't that make them American?
Yeah.
Yes and no, though. I'd
Right. They
say
still,
yes
they still,
because they
they're
would be, but no in the terms of like if they're stationing their military here on those bases.
We do that globally as is. So what
Yeah,
makes
Yeah,
us
yeah,
any different
we do that everywhere.
yeah. But see, nobody does it here
on
though.
land? Exactly. But we have purchased land across the world that we station people on all the time.
See, I'm wondering what would the Americans' reaction be though if China did do something like that? They just put a base
Well,
here with their military here. Like, how do you think the civilians of the country would react to that?
well, I mean, you definitely have to quiet. I mean, because I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we may have bases in all of our allied places, but we don't. It's not like we have a base in Hong Kong, but
Right.
I'm sure, do have a fucking consular there. A consular there. I'm sure we have an embassy there, and it's not like they're walking around with fucking flower petals.
Yeah, because that I mean that's I've thought about that because I like Texas. Texas is closer now than what they've ever been to actually becoming their own little
Country.
place, like
Yeah.
separating from the
Hmm.
United States. And
Do you know
I
what
guess it's
sucks?
what's that?
If they do that, it would be an act of war, and the U.S. government would have full right to go and seize it.
Yeah,
Yeah. And we would, if they did it, we might end up at war with Texas. And
Yeah. No,
from what I read, most people in Texas are opposed to it. And I think it would
but
probably be a very bad idea for Texas
eh,
if they ever did.
yeah, but that would be the first time that you would see martial law declared inside of our country. I can
yeah,
guarantee it. I can guarantee that if they did it now, do I disagree with them doing so? Fuck no, because this government's went fucking wacko. Both sides, red, blue, green, purple. I don't give a fuck if they're magenta. If you are government affiliated, fuck you, get out.
yeah, yeah.
I saw a thing they just put out where most of the congressmen and stuff said they don't think that Americans can even understand what they're putting out there. So they try to dumb it down because they don't think most Americans can even. But to me,
Well,
they
fuck
seem
no, I
dumbed
can't.
down. Like
Right?
they make they make some of the worst decisions.
Well, here's my thing. You take a bill, right? On one thing, a bill. Why does it have to be 3,000 pages long? Because
And
nobody's going to
most of
take
them
the
don't
time to
write
read
it,
it.
Scott. They don't write it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
There are
No.
corporations and lobbyists and things
yeah,
like that
yeah.
that write the bills.
And see, they know
What you
people
mean?
aren't going to take
I
the
got an
time to
AI
read
that can
it.
do that.
Right? Yeah, you do. You
I bet
definitely
you they
do.
I bet you there ain't a motherfucker sitting right now in the government that actually sits there and types out 3,000 pages. Fuck you. They ain't been doing it for 20 years. They say, "Hey, I need it to say these things." And then they present it. "Oh, no, we don't like this and this. Okay, I need you to change this and this." Here you go.
A lot of them don't even
Mhm.
read what's
No.
presented. They just vote
Mm-mm.
along
Yeah.
party lines.
You know
Yes.
the one thing,
This is why
one
I
thing.
scream that or party politics should be like outlawed. If you say you're a
Yes.
party, you're a terrorist.
More than Donald Trump just coming out and telling it how it is, I like the fact that he does his own fucking tweets. He doesn't have a team of people doing his tweets.
Right.
He does his own
Hmm.
shit. It's good and bad. I mean, sometimes he'll say some crazy shit, but like the fact of the matter that he's the one doing it, it lets you know what he wants to say. Like he doesn't
Yep.
have a team
But didn't he say a
putting
couple times, Scott? I swear he said a couple times that he did not put that tweet out. Somebody else put the tweet out in his office.
There was a couple times. Yes, his
Yes.
office does have access to his tweets, and they do have to do campaign things. But
yeah,
you can tell if you okay, if you go and look at my tweets, you can tell the difference between the ones that I actually sat there and typed out or the ones that I have my AI type out. That's no different than having a team of people write something up pretty for me. you
yeah.
know like and it's just because I've got to fly from fucking Chicago to Boston and get there in 2 hours so that way I can get off the plane in Boston and be at a meeting in 45 minutes off the plane so I can get out of that meeting an hour later, get back on the plane and fly to fucking Tampa so that way I can meet and have that meeting in Tampa before I got to take a flight over to fucking Timbuktu to go fuck you.
Yeah, Trump's legit tweets that he does is like a sentence long, maybe at the most. and then it's
Right.
usually something kind of mean. he, then he
Yeah,
does his
it
stuff,
is.
and then you can tell the difference between the ones that he does and who he like when he has somebody doing it. But the shit he comes out like
Oak.
like Rosie O'Donnell's a pig. Like he straight up,
Yeah.
says shit. He'll tweet it. And his team's not going to do that for him. They're going to advise against it. But he's like, yeah, I'll fucking tweet it.
Right.
If Trump was a streamer, that dude would be banned day one.
Uh, I don't see how, because I mean, Aiden Ross can get up on here on kick and say, "Hey, libtards, you need to go and off themselves," and he's still here.
Well,
So,
that's true. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, yeah. Maybe not on kick right
and
now,
trust
but
me, I use rhetoric against both because the Republicans ain't no better.
oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah. They're all. How many? Let me ask you this: how many of our politicians that are in, Washington, congressmen,
Mhm.
uh, president, stuff? How many of them do you think are legitimately concerned about us and good people? What percentage would you? What percentage would you, that are not corrupt in
You know
some
which
way?
one? One. There's only one that I can think of. One,
And
and he's got a
who's the one? So
he's got
so
one
we
of
know.
he's got one of the most prolific names in American history.
What's that?
Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Oh,
That's what.
Kennedy. Okay.
Now I have to
I
go.
love that man. I love everything that he stands for. I've watched him for many years, and
And
he has
and
specifically stayed out of the political foresight for a long time. So for him, of all people, the son, no, a grandson, right? He's grandson, or is he the
yeah.
son? He's
Wait, I think.
grandson. I can't remember which way it goes because I know
Oh,
that there's
Blood,
another.
the blood of Kennedy.
He's the
yeah.
blood of Kennedy. And I'm sorry. I wish I could have lived in the Kennedy years. They must have been amazing. They must have been the most wholesome that this country has ever been.
Yeah,
I
Um.
I think
believe
what it
that.
was because our government had him assassinated,
He did. Yeah,
and
they
I
did
think our
because he was
government
able
had
to
him
control the
assassinated.
people. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
he was wanting to do stuff for the people to help
Mm-hmm.
the people out,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't do that whenever you're a leader of a country. Like you've got to
Mm-mm.
put your government first.
Yeah, no, fuck that. No, you don't. Because if you don't have a people, you don't have a government.
Yep.
Like
See,
that. That's what I believe in because, and it's something that my generation also was widely pushed away from. Is where the guy, like I remember this, like we got taught politics for all of like 2 semesters in 1 year. And then it was, you're not supposed to worry about this. Let the political ones worry about this. And that's why they had the student body government. So that way, those that were interested and actually adept in politics could actually go and participate in politics. And if you really think about it, even when you were going through school, how many of those student body people did you end up seeing working in some form, if not in the government?
Yeah.
And then when you were going through school, how often did you really see them there with you? My school president,
right.
my class president, we never seen him in any class. He was always doing class president things.
So let me
See, I
ask
would
you
have to
this.
go. I
Uh.
would have to go on that. Like my person that I would feel that's not corrupt is
Mm-hmm.
maybe the very first person running for like town hall or something like that. And then after they get
Mm,
in that spot, they're going to do something corrupt at some point in their career when it comes to politics.
right.
Yeah, and
Well,
I don't really know. I've seen I've seen where people got have that have been in Congress say that there are people that come in with good intentions and then they get corrupted. The lobbyists, the other people in Congress, they start putting pressure on them to fall in line,
right.
and they can last for a little
Epstein
while.
Island.
they can last for a little while and then they break them down.
Mhm.
And let me ask you this, Muffin Man. What do you think the chances of he's got, he'll have financial backing, he's got the name, but he's an independent. What do you think his chances of winning are?
As it stands, the government's against him. He's requested multiple times for Secret Service, been denied every time by the Biden administration.
Yep.
Um, with active threats against him, his family, his co-workers, and his campaign managers. Open threats, viable threats that have been that actually have people planning things. And he's not
Yep.
allowed Secret Service. Um, so there's that aspect of it. And then there's, wonderful, like, the mainstream media. I don't give a fuck which flavor you drink from, but they're all the mainstream media, and they are all going to do exactly what the mainstream media does, and that's going to push you in their direction, not a direction, their direction. Um, so he has a lot to definitely go against. And then there's also the
Mm-hmm.
fact that he's doing it like, I mean, like I follow him on Facebook. I see him at, like the places that he's going and doing his rallies and things like that. But unfortunately, all of those things are tracked by the SEC. And the SEC is going to make sure that you're spending your money correctly, and they're going to look for any way that they can to fuck you out of getting up there, because they don't want you at the top, because, well, what you're preaching. He's out here saying, like, yes, he is a Democrat, but he hates the Democratic Party, but refuses to go and be a Republican. Like he does it. He literally is beginning the process of separating America from party politics, because the duopathy, the idea of party politics, gets us stuck in that mentality of separation. It is a line that we do not need to draw anymore. We do not need to think about the difference between Republican and Democrats. We need to think about the difference between life and death. We need to think about the difference between food on the table and food not on the table. We need to think about the difference of what what benefit does sending hundreds of billions of dollars over to Ukraine actually do for us? You know,
Yeah, that's why I've
does
came up with a thing. Whoever gets in, they need to eliminate parties altogether. Make everybody run on the same level playing field.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
And that was one of my big things, like, because I wanted to run in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ban political parties. There's nothing in any type of law or anything stating that we have to have political parties. I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to set term limits on everything, including our courts, because
Yes.
the judges can be just as
Yes.
corrupt as anybody else.
Yes. They get stuck
And
in their ways and refuse to fucking acknowledge the way that things change. They get
yep,
they.
yep,
Don't get me wrong.
A
Is it wrong to
lifetime,
rule by
a
the rule of
lifetime
law?
thing is crazy to have.
yep.
Mm,
And that's where
hmm
you build up too much power. When you got a lifelong position of any kind, you got way too much power.
Too many
And
connections.
I wanted to hold the leaders of the countries accountable if they attack a country, and it's straight up an act of war when they attack a country. So if they
Uh,
kill an innocent civilian, guess what, man? You're a war criminal. And
yeah,
how do
this.
you implement that? We
Mhm.
send the most money of anybody in the world to NATO. So you tell
Yeah.
NATO, look, we're backing the hell out if you don't implement this policy. These people
Right.
kill an innocent civilian, you go in and you snatch them up and you make
Yeah.
them pay for it.
hmm
And
Like they
if they execute them, do that shit live on freaking TV. Let the
that.
rest
Yes,
of the
I
world's
agree
leaders
with
see
that.
that shit.
Yep. Saddam Hussein should have been televised worldwide. I
And
don't give
I
a fuck if you're
guarantee you,
watching your favorite TV show. Congratulations, we hacked that bitch. You're watching Saddam Hussein go.
they do stuff like that, you're going to see a hell of a lot less war out there.
Well, like it's not only that, it's also it's kind of like, the other side of things too. Like, okay, let's look at situations like Joe Biden's great son, his amazing American son that does, just such amazing things for America with his, cocaine addiction on government
Yeah, he gives
laptops and
away free
hookers.
laptops and shit.
Yeah, government laptops with secure information. Such a great example of Americanism in a fucking nutshell. Um, love that man. He's like my idol.
He did get a
I mean
Toronto
that
to give us free
satirically,
needles out.
right? At least he's keeping the streets clean. Don't know. I don't know if you really call it clean to go find that needle at the park where my kids go play, but hey,
Yeah.
it was a clean needle when he put it in his arm. You can sit there and rotate, and I'll hang you like a fucking disco ball.
The thing that gets me is both of them say they're for the people, and that neither one of the parties are for the people.
Whoever
No.
gets in, they do the same damn thing. They take more
Mm-hmm.
rights away from the people.
Yep.
They might give you like a stimulus check. Oh, we're gonna
Hmm.
give you this stimulus check, and then all of a sudden they're like, but we're taking this from you.
No. Those wonderful stimulus checks that we got during COVID,
Oh, we paying them back.
our children get to pay them back. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, we are not paying a penny on those. The taxes for those don't begin until 2029.
Unfortunately, I'll still get stuck paying some of it.
Well, yeah, we'll still be paying
Well,
some of it. Yeah.
If I live that long.
hopefully we're still alive
We know
then.
it's
Right.
came until 5076.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna share my screen right quick because I shared a video to my YouTube or to my Facebook. Um and oh man. Oh wait, let me cancel that right quick. I gotta go pull it back up first. This was generated by AI. And this is probably about the most accurate description of humanity that could ever happen. I don't think any human on the planet could describe humanity as well as this does.
Oh gosh, that doesn't sound promising.
Oh, it's not. I wouldn't say that if it was good. Sharing it to Discord.
You doing screen share?
Yeah, screen share. Uh, Here for my chat. We watched it earlier, but I'm floored by how accurate this really is. Just that source. Uh, There we go, chat. Watch her again.
Oh, somebody hosts that. Just double spammed.
For some
Project
reason, I'm not
Bluebeam.
seeing it.
Oh, did it? Hold on. Is it?
Usually, when somebody shares, it pops up here where we could just click on
Yeah,
it.
click on it.
Oh, it didn't. It didn't share. That's why. That time, it's not sharing.
I said no.
It is literally saying no.
I wonder if it's because it's some of that AI generated stuff you can't share for some reason.
Well, and I am sharing Facebook, so Zuckerberg's. I'm probably getting zucked.
Yep, you getting zucked.
Old
Well,
Fuckerberg got you.
I do have it playing on my stream. If y'all want to go that route, I don't know how else to really do it, unless if I could. I could probably post the link. There it is.
Oh, do you have to become Facebook homies?
I wonder if I could do it. I got an idea. Muffin Man's stinking.
Hell, if you just put it on your stream and I'll just pull you up on
You
mine.
just want to do it that way?
Yeah. That'd be the easiest.
All right. We'll start it over. Then
Full screen it. There we go.
So how are you doing this?
Just pull
I
his stream up on your I
yeah,
got like
just
screen share. I'm just pulling it up over top of the Discord thing.
I got
yeah,
Muffin
like
Man's stream up.
yeah, because I've
Yep.
got it. I'll even make it. I'll fit it to the screen so that way it takes up the whole screen stretch. And then the last thing that I have to do is add an audio source for it. So just a moment. Just do it this way. All right. This was generated by AI. It starts with the International Space Station in outer space and poof.
Houston, this is Radford. A fleet of massive alien spacecraft just appeared out of nowhere and jumped into Earth's atmosphere. The ships are unlike anything.
Panic is spreading across
Wait,
the
we
globe
can't
in
hear
the
it.
wake of the arrival of
You
alien
can't.
spaceships. Reports of unusual
Oh wait,
activity and
hold on.
sightings
I think
have
I
led
gotta.
to fear and
There we
uncertainty,
go.
with
Never
many
mind.
wondering what the aliens' intentions may be.
And if I need to turn it up, I
World leaders
can.
are working to calm
I got
the
it real
public and assure their
quiet.
safety, but the situation remains tense. Experts continue to investigate and gather more information as the world
Yeah, I could probably
grapples
go
with
up a
this
little bit.
unprecedented event.
My
Little bit
fellow
more.
Americans, today we face a challenge unlike any other in our history. As you may be aware, strange alien objects have arrived on our planet. While we do not yet know their intentions, we must remain calm and approach this situation with the utmost care. I have ordered our government officials to work with international partners to gather more information and develop a coordinated response. We will remain vigilant and steadfast in our efforts to protect our planet and its inhabitants.
President Vladimir Putin has accused the U.S. of inviting the aliens to our doorsteps through unprovoked attacks on the UFOs that were recently shot down over the U.S. and Canada. Putin suggested that the U.S. attacks on the UFOs may have brought...
Now, hold
Typical
on a moment.
Putin.
Right. But you know what's interesting about that is what happened earlier this year. Twice.
Yeah, they. But see, I would know if an AI generated broadcast like this ever came out with Biden because he actually said his words right without without stuttering or anything.
He didn't even have a teleprompter. What you mean? Mm. But yeah.
That is exactly what would happen though. People would be pointing fingers everywhere, you know.
So let's watch the rest of this. It gets better.
...casted Earth's location to the aliens. He added that the world is about to pay a heavy price for what he called America's outrageous actions.
In a bold move that has sent shockwaves through the international community, Russia, China and India have announced that they are teaming up to make first contact with the aliens. The new plan involves a joint task force of scientists, engineers and other experts working together to develop technology capable of communicating with the aliens.
The United States government has expressed that it will not support Russia's efforts to make first contact with the aliens. In a statement released earlier today, President Joe Biden stated that the U.S. government will block any actions that could potentially put national security at risk. Today, I ordered our brave men and women at the Space Force to do whatever it takes to prevent Russia and its allies from making first contact with the aliens. We are determined to prevent any exchange of technology between the aliens and these nations, which could jeopardize the national security of our country. I urge the international community and our NATO allies to stand up to this unprovoked attack
So what is this,
on
Independence
global
Day?
security.
Isn't that just the most American thing you ever heard?
Handle this situation very well. The aliens could be hostile for all we know. But if I were the president, the aliens would have loved me. Ask anyone in Area 51, and they will tell you the truth. When I visited Area 51, everyone was impressed by how aliens greeted me. I was the smartest person in the room. I dissected some aliens, and they didn't even scream. Nobody heard them scream. I created
They were
Space Force.
spot
you
on
can't
with all
I
the
think Sleepy
stupid
Joe
head.
will give me any credit.
The aliens would have loved me.
Concerns continue to rise over Russia's growing interest in exchanging technology with the aliens, which could put global security at risk. Russia said it's committed to sharing any alien technology it receives with the rest of the world and will be transparent with the international community.
NATO is prepared for situations like this.
The NATO allies, led by the U.S., have announced joint efforts to prevent Russia from making first contact with the extraterrestrials.
And let there be no doubt, the commitment of the United States to our NATO alliance and Article 5 is rock solid.
Footage resurfaced of 2 SpaceX rockets blasting off to space in an unannounced launch. Witnesses believe they could be carrying delegates of the NATO allies who are tasked with communicating with the aliens.
A group of delegates representing Russia and its allies left off on board the Soyuz spacecraft on their way to make first contact with the extraterrestrials in orbit. President Vladimir Putin himself attended the launch and said that Russia will do everything within its power to protect its allies.
Russia has declared NATO's attempt to make first contact with the aliens an act of war, as delegates of several nations await in orbit for any sign of alien response. Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs Sergei Lavrov accused SpaceX of sending nuclear weapons into orbit in an attempt to deter Russia and its allies from making any contact with the extraterrestrials.
NATO allies led by the U.S. government have rejected Russian claims of smuggling nuclear weapons into orbit. Tensions in orbit continue to escalate as the race to make first contact with aliens reaches new heights. According to witnesses, Russia launched 3 Soyuz spacecrafts in the last 24 hours. Intelligence reports revealed that the spacecrafts may contain nuclear warheads, a move that comes amid fears of further escalation in orbit.
Protests have erupted around the globe calling for the U.S. and Russia and their allies to form a joint team of delegates to make first contact with the extraterrestrials. Over 20,000 peace advocates, including Nobel Peace Prize laureates, signed a joint letter requesting the delegates of both sides in orbit to work together and put Earth's interest first.
Russia and its allies have warned the NATO from any attempts at sending astronauts to the alien spaceships as it begins
It didn't look very
intensifying its
peaceful. They were
surveillance
throwing
throughout orbit.
Molotovs.
President Joe Biden.
I mean, they weren't pretty peaceful in Chicago and the BLM riots
Yeah.
either.
They still called them
But
that, though, didn't they?
yeah, but you know what's interesting about that, and I'm glad that we kind of stopped at this point because that last couple minutes right there of this scenario shows you the disparity between government and its people.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that, I want to make a clip of that and be like, yo, this couldn't hit any, this is why I said I wish it was a good thing, because like it really, the artificial intelligence just showed us how separated our government is from its people.
Yeah.
You know, like the people across the planet, according to AI, would riot. Like we're supposed to be showing intelligent life that we have some intelligence.
Yeah.
We're too busy arguing over who gets to talk first. What in the, this literally, like, that is honestly exactly how I believe the scenario would go. Like, I don't think there's any other way that you could class it. Like, there's no other think tank out there in the world that could outthink the way that this operates, because it's exactly how it would go. It'd be, oh, we told the aliens to come here. Okay, well, now it's a race to who gets there first. We did that with the moon.
Yeah.
And then with the moon, when we got to the moon first, they were like, fine, we're putting nukes in Cuba, and it's just like, well, fuck. All we did was land on the moon. You put nukes in Cuba. Like, that's a hell of a fucking, like, I moved a pawn, you moved your queen to the middle of the board past everything. Like, Jesus.
This would be a smart way for aliens to come. They wouldn't even have to attack us. We would attack each other. We would, yeah.
Said that Russia's
Well,
empty threats will not
what stuck
deter
out to
NATO
me
from
out of
sending its
that whole
representatives
part
to make first
was
contact with
the
the
lady
aliens.
that was holding the sign that says, "Don't make us look bad." But yet we're throwing Molotovs and shit as the people in a riot against the government.
Exactly.
tomorrow, a move that defies Russia's threats of retaliation with a swift response. The allies of both groups have reportedly been gathering a stockpile of nuclear warheads in orbit.
Houston, this is Earthstream. We're approaching the gate of the mothership. Godspeed, Earthstream. We're counting on you.
Americans, we are warning you not to approach the gate, or there will be consequences. Americans, this is your last warning.
What's that object that's approaching us? I don't know. Houston, there is something coming out of the Soyuz spacecraft. We're not seeing anything in our systems, Lieutenant Robert. Any idea what it could be?
A short time ago, I ordered the use of our nuclear arsenal against Russia.
Good way to start a war.
Who have crossed the line with the massacre of our delegation in orbit. Together with our NATO allies,
I don't know, can you?
we have launched the
I said, I don't know, can
operation
you?
against every country
I
that
don't
was
know, man.
involved in this massacre. I want everyone to accept the new harsh reality that the world will never be the same again.
You're welcome. No.
I urge our citizens to take shelter
The
in our
ending.
nuclear bunkers until the Wrath operation ends. We don't know how long it will take, but we are determined to win.
Greetings, humans. We have observed your actions with great disappointment. Your
Of course.
inability to see beyond your own selfish desires has blinded you.
Facts.
You have failed to recognize the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of cooperation and respect.
Bars.
We have come here to return your artifact that carried a misleading message of hope and togetherness. You are not who you claim to be. We had hoped that by making contact with you, we could share our knowledge and wisdom and help guide you towards a more enlightened path. But it seems that you are not yet ready to receive our message,
Gives me
and that your
goosebumps.
hearts and minds are still closed to the possibility of a better future. We are the guardians of the universe. We are the cleansers. Our prime directive is to eliminate any hostile civilizations that could pollute the universe with their greed, ignorance, and carelessness. We will give your planet another chance, but we must cleanse it first to prepare it for a new civilization. We hope that one day, a better civilization from your planet will join us in exploring the wonders of the universe, rather than destroying them. Farewell, humans.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
I mean, that'd kind of be a shitty experience for him just to come and be like, give a little speech and then fucking go away. I want to go with him. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, you see, you know what the ending of that is, right?
What's that?
You know which? Do you know which satellite this is? That's the satellite that we sent out, and if you listen to it, it's saying in all of our different languages, "Hi, we're humans. We're
Yeah, I
peaceful.
gotcha.
We're
Yeah.
It's literally that satellite, and they brought it back, and they were like, and that's why they say, you said you were a nice, understanding, growing, technologically advanced people. It's all lies. We're
Yeah.
not. We're not. We're not. We try, but we're not. Right now, I could tell you right now that if someone came in my home and caused harm to my family, I'm going to seek to harm them with greater than themselves. I'm not going to hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt you. I want to hurt the ones that you love. I want to find
Right.
those. And if you don't have anybody you love, I'm going to find a way to make somebody you love so that way I can hurt them.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt you. I want to hurt you the way that you hurt me. Why is that? Why is that the mentality?
I didn't exactly think of it the way that put it out there, but that's probably what would happen.
Yeah, that's pretty much spot on.
If they didn't immediately attack us, then that's exactly what would happen.
Or if we
Yep.
didn't immediately attack
Matrix,
it.
follow me where I
Like
leave
that's
my
the thing.
X
Like I don't know, man.
www.twitter.com can a muffin man.
But I could see that happening. I could 100% see that right there happening.
Yeah.
Yep. You, you know, it's crazy because when I was growing up, I watched Stone Jean-Luc Picard.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up watching him and I idolized his character because ever since I was a child, I laid and I looked at every star and I never wanted to see the star. I wanted to go to the star. Don't know why that's what I've, where a lot of people are drawn to, I want to go to Italy. I want to go to, China or Tokyo. No, I want to go to Beetlejuice. I want to go to, like Prima Ultima or, like out to fucking, I don't know, the one that we don't know about yet. That one.
Did you see that planet they just found? It's like way the they say that it's got like ice and stuff on it.
Planet
I
X,
guess
Planet 9.
no, this is a completely
Oh,
different one. It's circling a dwarf star. Like it's not a
okay.
very powerful star at all, but it's like pretty damn close to the star to where it's getting the heat, the exact heat that it would need to like support life and stuff like that. And it's massive though. Like they said that this one planet is making them rethink the whole possibility of like every planet out there that could have life. Because before they were just going, it had to be like the distance that we are away from its star. But it also depends on the intensity of that star because the intensity is what puts out the heat. So, it can be closer if that star's intensity is not quite as high as ours. But they said that they 100% looks like it could possibly have life, and they also had a thing saying that octopuses are not from this planet.
No, yeah,
Uh,
they just recently figured that out because their biology has adapted. Their DNA and everything has adapted to our planet, which is
yeah,
why octopuses are able to go both on land and sea because they don't actually require oxygen. They just utilize it to make themselves stronger.
yeah, yeah,
They don't have to breathe. They just are alive and they don't really have a life cycle. They're kind of like lobsters. They're actually starting to think that maybe even lobsters don't come from originally our planet because lobsters do not have an age. They die of exhaustion.
yeah.
Let me ask you this. So, by that scenario, there's been some sort, well, maybe not. Maybe there could have been a meteorite or something that crashed on the planet and or asteroid, something that caused this life to form. But say there was an advanced alien civilization that came to Earth before. Are we just a giant experiment to see, what might happen here?
I mean, the question of the Anunnaki is definitely a high theoretical one because I've read it, not everything there has to offer on the Anunnaki, but I have watched a lot of people that definitely know what they're talking about. Um and I mean we've proven scientifically that we did come from apes. We did. There are the early like cavemen and things of that nature that we found. They had very ape-like physiological, the way that they looked, the way that their heads were shaped, the way that their arms and bodies were shaped, the way that we believe that their muscles were shaped and things like that. Because I seen an interesting thing is that we have T-Rex is actually completely wrong because avian bones disintegrate in dirt. So T Rexes may have actually been dragons, and that's why they had tiny little front arms because they had giant wings. Um,
So let me ask you, Muffin Man, are you a religious man at all? You said you were ordained.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, I
where
do.
does
So my
your religion lie? Do you believe there was a creator?
I believe that I believe that there is a creator. Like, and I don't just mean like even if it was like, an alien life force came here and, like made us, created us, like that would I'm not saying that would be our God.
There's
There
a
is
higher
still
power.
something, yeah, there's still something that made everything from nothing. And I'm sorry, we still don't even know how to make anything from nothing. We take two
Yeah.
nothings and put it together and we know that we still have nothing, but somehow everything that we have, and like science is, like a lot of things have come from that, like one of my many belief systems that I believe in is like, the Big Bang did actually happen. um but like what I think happened from that Big Bang of everything coming out, that means that everything at one point, everything was connected at one point, all of it, like, and I it's not that I believe in like, God or heaven and hell or Allah or Zeus or, flying spaghetti monster. Those are all, unfortunately, in my mind, constructs of man to try to understand. And I literally mean that they're constructs of man to try to help us understand. That's why one of the things that you'll hear a lot of religious people that follow the Bible say that really the Bible is just basic instructions before leaving Earth. If you follow what the Bible says, you pretty much will live a pretty fruitful and happy life, like, and you will do great things and great deeds for others because you'll have that mindset about you. And that's why it's a great thing to say that it's the basic instructions before leaving Earth. Like it makes it cute, but like it's a way for us to help us understand what death is. And I mean, death is just an inevitability of the end, for at least our existence. Anything past that, I don't know. I'll tell you when I get there. And if I can tell you, I will. If I can't, well, I guess it doesn't matter anyways. Um,
See,
like,
I've asked a
mhm.
scientist, well, my science teacher that I had back in school, not really a scientist, I guess, but he's educated in the field,
Yep.
about the Big Bang. And I was like, I mean, that's fine, that's dandy. Like, you end up with planets somehow, like getting, the round shapes and stuff. I'm like, but more importantly, the question I never hear asked is like, where did the water come from? Where did the seeds that grew the trees and the grass and all that come from? Like, surely that ball that was there didn't have seeds and stuff in it. Like, that stuff had to be planted from somewhere. Um and he had no reply. Like, he did not know an answer, so he
Well,
sent me to the office and told the principal that I was disrupting the class. And then on the flip side, though, I've asked a preacher who made God, and he had absolutely
Right.
no answer as well. Like, he just
Right.
said nobody, God has always been. And like, both sides, it's hard to sit there and think about it because you're never going to get a true answer of any of that. Now I've chosen like the faith side of everything, over the science part. But it could be a combination of
I
both, like
I
it could be.
I choose both. I
Right.
believe in science. I believe in faith also. Now my thing is that I do believe there is a creator
Yes.
because if even in science, you're kind of taught if you have nothing with nothing, you have no reaction. There's
Yeah.
nothing.
Yes. Right.
So some creators, something cause all the reactions, all the
Technically,
things to start.
my
Yeah,
creators were my mom
absolutely.
and dad because I came out of my mom's vagina. That's Jesus.
You
I mean,
know,
that's a simplified way to explain it. Yes,
Well,
yes.
see, that's why
but
even though I'm like, I can't say I'm religious because I don't go to church and stuff like that, but I do believe in God.
yeah,
But at that same time, like, I don't down anybody who doesn't either. because it's
Right.
my belief, like I may
Exactly.
not be right, like I don't know, but I would like to feel like I am, but
Right.
I'm not one to pressure my beliefs on anybody else, and I'm not one to like look at them any different either. Now, a lot of times if people just straight don't believe, oh, they will not hesitate to tell you that you're wrong and stuff like
I
that.
Yeah.
I
And
think
I still don't, react to that. I'm not like arguing why I would be right because I'm only right to me. Like that's
Exactly.
that's my opinion. And that's just how I am. But unfortunately there's a lot of people that aren't like that.
I think a foolish man thinks that they have all the answers and
Yeah.
knows everything.
Humans are
Um,
like assholes. Everybody's got them.
And they all stink.
so yeah, I think if you can't realize that you may not have all the answers, there may be
Right.
information out there that you don't know. Then
Right.
and you're not searching for it, you don't listen to other people's opinions. I think you're foolish.
And the
Uh,
biggest religious hypocrites in the world are usually the leaders of the countries. Your
Right.
your governmental officials are the biggest hypocrites in the world, man. Like they will sit
Catholics.
here and say that they believe in God and this and that, and then they're trying to cut each other's throat, or they're trying to cut the throat of the American people. And it's on
Right.
both sides. It's all throughout our
Yeah.
government, man. And
Yeah.
I
Well,
thought
I
we
mean,
had some big hypocrites in our family until I took a deep look at the government, and I was like, nope.
and I mean, you know, it kind of goes back to why, like it's a difficult thing to be in the day and age that we are, because Albert Einstein said it best: the day that every human on the planet has access to knowledge at their fingertips, we'll have a world full of idiots.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
we really
like,
do, man. Like people,
right,
as we've gained technology, people have lost common sense. People have lost the ability to do just easy functions. Like here, for example,
Yeah.
if you own a lawn care business here where we live, you're booming.
hmm
People don't even want to go outside to mow grass and stuff, man. Like that's how bad it is. What are they doing
right,
instead? They're watching TV, they're playing on their computer or something. Like they would literally pay
right,
somebody $100 to go mow their grass instead of them doing it. So
right.
it's, we're
No.
losing like little functions like that as a
hmm
society. And
But then again, at the same time, there's also the side of it from, like I've seen people that, like, I mean, not for myself. I mean, I'm one of those people that I pay people to plow my driveway, and like I will pay people to cut my grass. But I look at those people as, like it's kind of a part of the process. Like everybody's got to have a place in the world. And
yeah,
it's great that, that those services do exist, but I agree with you that it does make those that aren't doing the services complacent of the service.
yeah.
Um, like, and I mean, we talk about this in like the fast food industry, like, nobody, like everybody thinks the fast food industry is easy. I say go to McDonald's during rush hour and work.
It
You think
sucks. It
you
freaking
think it's so
sucks.
fucking easy? Go in there, like, or people that say like, oh, nursing can't be that difficult. Like, all you got to do is what the doctor tells you. I swear to fuck, man, there is nothing that gets on my nerves more than like when people put nurses so low on the totem pole, because it's like, yeah, the doctors do all the cutting and opening and things like that, but that nurse is there from the moment the patient comes in to the moment the patient either leaves
I,
on their
there's
own two
probably
feet or
been
leaves on a body bag.
there's probably
Nurses
been
know
more
more than
nurses
doctors,
that have
Sophie. I
saved
know.
patients' lives in history than what there have been
I
doctors.
believe I
we
believe
we had,
that.
and I personally have saved the patient's life from the
Yeah,
doctor, from making a
Right.
really bad, or giving them, especially interns and
Oh
doctors that
wow.
may not
Yeah.
have had the
Doctors
residents, intern. I meant residents. Sorry.
are they're terrible.
Uh, and some of the docs that went to universities in other countries where they were like basically
Hot
force fed
girlfriend.
answers and stuff like that. And I seen a video where a whole class graduated and they handed out their answers to them so that they
Oh
would get them all right.
my.
And then they come over and they are timid, they're scared, they don't know what they're doing sometimes.
Tell you what,
Well,
I'll be a
they
doctor in a
do that.
heartbeat.
They do that here in America with all the child stars. They go to school, but they're given everything that they need to understand.
Yeah. Yeah, and they've been caught. What was her name that got caught paying school to let her freaking daughter go through?
Yeah, there were a couple
There's a
celebrities that got in
lot of
trouble
them
for
that
that.
do it, man. There's a lot that do it, but we just catch the few somehow, like
Well, and then we made it a broad system and called it No Child Left Behind.
yeah, yeah.
And then started handing out participation trophies. Like, I'm sorry, like, dude, like, I say that because it does upset me. Like, don't get me wrong. Do I see the purpose of them? Because there was many times that when I was a child, I did things that I put all of my effort into and didn't get recognition for. Absolutely
Yeah.
sucked. However, I was selfish to not notice that my recognition was from the grade that I received. I may not have
Yeah.
been the one that got put at the front of the class, but I had 100 on mine. I knew people that got their shit put at the front of the class and they only got like 95, 90s, 89,
Yeah.
like lower
Well, it's
grade
like
than
the streaming
mine.
community, man. Like Big E. Did you see the video that Big E put out?
I did
Basically
not.
saying that a lot of these bigger streamers suck. Like they're not
Right.
providing the entertainment that they should be providing. And what they're wanting to do now is they're wanting to take the small streamers and lift them up to where people are going to come in and watch them. Like they're going to want to watch those channels. And
Right.
it's like that and everything. Like when I was in school, a lot of your starting players on the football or basketball or baseball team weren't your best players. They were the
Right.
players of like friends, or they were the players that had money and stuff like that. Like they weren't the best
Right.
players. And so you kind of play favoritism. And in a sense, Kick, I think, caught themselves doing that, playing favoritism. And now
Mm.
they're trying to work out of that because they're saying, you know what, we gave these people the opportunity, which they might have been providing at
Whoever
that
can
point.
pay the most
But
gets the
what they're
most.
finding out is the people that were providing aren't making the effort anymore because they've already got in like phase programs and stuff like that. And
Right.
they want people who are constantly going to provide that. Like, and your small streamers are doing that. Like, you know, somebody comes into Muffin Man, somebody comes into Hokey, somebody comes into my stream. We've had people come in, me and Hokey have people come in and tell us that we're two of the funniest people that they've watched on any platform.
Right.
And that's just
Maybe funny looking.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's put that controller in Hokey Pokey's hand right quick and get on Modern Warfare 3 getting his ass pushed in. Hey, you'll hear some hilarious things come out then.
That's what I'm saying. It's just us being us. Like
Yeah.
we don't like
It
reach
definitely
out.
happens.
We don't reach out to get the content or anything like that. But like, are we ever going to get noticed? Or is Kick ever going to put Muffin Man up there? And I've been in Muffin Man streams. I enjoy the hell out of it. And
I appreciate that.
Is Kick going to make the effort to pull you up because you are putting out that content? And
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Like Twitch has never did that. Twitch has never tried to take the bottom people and lift them up. Because what you're doing at that point, you're bettering the hell out of your platform because you're taking these people that you suddenly see at the bottom that have the potential to put that effort in and put out good
So
content, and you're making
oh,
a competition out of this stuff. Like you're
right.
making those top people have to compete. They're going to have to put out that content now.
Well, you see, that's where I would love to see instead of it being, I love Kick, all right, and I love Twitch. I love, like I understand the different platforms and how they operate to a degree. Twitch was a really difficult experience, but that's because Twitch viewership is over in the Twitch community, it's very looked down on and very disrespectful inside the Twitch community to go into someone else's chat and talk about your live, or go and say, they call it self-promoting, and
Yeah.
and I understand that, because in the competition of trying to be a content creator, you don't want somebody to come in there and provide better content than you're providing. That sucks. It hurts. It hurts your viewership. It hurts your ego that you have being the content creator. Because I'm sorry, if you're out here in the content creator world and you don't get on this stream with at least some type of an ego, you're gonna get folded on. And like that's something that I had to experience very soon off here in Kick, because I was over in somebody else's stream, and somebody came into their stream and was complaining about how they were getting a bunch of fake viewership and just emojis and copy and pasted messages. And it's like, bro, I spent 5 years on Twitch where the only people, no offense to them, I thank them for every day of effort that they've put into everything that they've created me to help me craft and become today. Hoodie Though and Sanji, and people like Super Dashu and Cash Mitchell, that were over on Twitch, that we tried, and they're still over there on Twitch and they're trying, but and like putting their content out or other places, trying to direct traffic to Twitch. But what it comes down to is, when there is, I mean, like, let's take all the platforms combined, right? Kick, Twitch, Live Space, fucking Meet Me, POF, all the different types of platforms that you can go live on, and then turn around, and you got to think that on each one of those platforms, there's at least 2 to 20 million people on that platform, out
Yeah.
of which 80% go live. That's 18 million people pressing the live button every day. And from, like, people that are just like, I don't know what my content is, I'm still pushing that live button today because, well, I mean, y'all see me do it, man. I put 200 and almost 300 hours in the month of October, like, and it was just pushing that live button. But then as I continued doing that, I started to realize, well, wait a minute, part of the reason that I'm not really getting much more of that viewership, and it was just like what Luminestra said in her podcast when she was in here, is like, what is my content? Is it just really me sitting here playing video games and then bullshitting with whatever conversation comes up? And then when, like, oh, a raid pulls up, let me go full screen so I can sit here and talk to them. And then, oh, raid's not talking anymore. Let me go back to my video games and talking about my video game and how, however it's going, whether you're having a W day where every fucking kill that you walk, every fucking thing that you walk up on, you're annihilating it. Or it could be one of those days where you're just getting your shit pushed in from the moment that you spread your cheeks.
I want one of those W days after shipment for so many
Oh, that'd be
times.
nice to have in our first Warzone day, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, but I've seen it, man. I've already watched a little bit of it. It's sweaty.
They need to be tucked in.
Okay, Ava?
All 3 of them.
Oh, all 3 of them. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. I'm tucking babies.
Okay.
But like, and that's where one of the things that, like, I heard her talking about taking that one video and posting it everywhere. I agree with it, but I also think it's actually a dumb idea.
Yeah.
And this is why. All right. Because, and no offense, like, yes, there is some content that is a great idea to post everywhere for your whole community to see. But really, when you think about it, if you think about the diversification of the content sources that you can go to and get your content from, what do you go to YouTube to see?
Shit, I watch like ghost videos and shit like that. I don't watch gaming stuff on there. I get that on TikTok and stuff like that.
Okay, so yeah, you do it a little bit different than most. Most people go to YouTube for how-tos, informationals, or podcasts. Those are the big 3 on YouTube.
Or reacts.
Reactions through the shorts. Now that I'm talking long form, not your YouTube shorts, just your regular YouTube channel. That's what, when they Google something and they're pulling up a YouTube video on how to replace an alternator on a fucking 1997 Chevy Pontiac, whatever, you know, like that you're pulling up a YouTube video. You're not going to pull up a TikTok. You know, I don't know anybody that pulls up how-to videos on TikTok. They pull up how-to videos on YouTube, or, you know, and
How to
then
eat a Tide Pod, maybe, on
right.
TikTok.
Right. TikTok's more your skit comedy central place. It's, you know, where you
Yeah.
get like your little bit of
Challenges and
informational. Yeah. Challenges are fucking hot on TikTok.
yeah,
If you really, really want to get your exposure on TikTok, find whatever challenge is the hot one and one up it. That's all you
yeah,
got to do. That is literally the secret to TikTok, is find the new hot challenge and stay on the new hot challenges. Don't do any other content but whatever the new hot challenge is until you get your following. And then when you have your following, change up your content.
yeah,
You know, because not everybody's going to keep following somebody that's just doing what the niche is. You know, they're going to want to eventually see who you are, you know, which is like what this podcast is. Meet the fella, you know, hanging with the fellas, you know, like it's your opportunity, you know, my opportunity to showcase who I am, my ideals, what I think, and why I do what I do, you know, like or, you know, like eventually I'm sure it'll be, you know, I could see it eventually be people being curious, well, what's a process that you go through? Like, here's an XYZ scenario. What do you do? Where do you go with it? How do you deal with this scenario? You know?
Hey,
Um,
let me say this before I forget. I
mm,
don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna forget it if I don't say it because
you
it
good.
just popped in my mind.
Slick
Sophia
TV.
will
Yes.
not be coming on this podcast because I'm not paying $75,000 for an interview.
Yeah, that's a
75 to $80,000. They actually put her in like a sleep mode. She's like shut down for what I've
Yeah.
heard. And they reactivate her for like interviews and stuff, but they charge 75 to $80,000.
Yep. And then you're only allowed to have 1 to 2 hours. It's
Yeah,
very, very limited how much time you can get with her. And then on top of that, they typically give you a
YT
script.
Legion
yeah, yeah,
FCG Muffin Men
yeah. I just
Admin.
wanted to put that
Um,
out there before I
it's
forgot
good to
because I was
know.
gonna forget.
Oh, by the way, real quick, Cini said he would let us interview him for a 6-pack of Dr. Pepper.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could drink a 6-pack of Dr Pepper in the time we interview him.
Right. That made my
I
stomach
love
hurt
some
a little
Dr
bit.
Pepper, but that's a
Steve-O.
lie. That's a lie in the interview
Right.
time.
Yo, Legion, man, what's going on, my
yeah,
guy? How we doing?
I don't know,
We're
man.
doing a little
you know, first of
podcast,
all, you're
my
gonna have to win
guy.
the lottery,
Peon
Scott, for us to
stuff.
get
Man,
Sophia
I ain't
on
been
the
paying a lot of
podcast.
attention
Hey,
to
if I
my
win the
chat, man, but I
lottery, we're
can't tell you
getting
how
a
much I
lot more than
appreciate
just
every last
Sophia
one of
because
you
we would
coming through and
still
hanging
be
out with me
doing these
here.
damn
Y'all are
podcasts,
fucking
still
awesome.
have
I
all my
appreciate
guests and
all of
shit
you.
on here, but we
We
would
might
have
have
some.
us a little place where we could do it together, just sitting
Yeah,
there.
yeah, we would
Yeah.
have like a interesting like group of people too that like people hell we might be able to get Kennedy in here for an interview then
Oh,
like
according to
stuff like
Cini,
that.
all you'd want to get is amaranth.
That too, we would get that in here too if I won the lottery. You damn right.
Well, I heard she's
I,
a psychologist now, right?
yeah,
She
she's
she got
got a
her psych.
degree
Changing nothing, keep up the
from what
vibes
I've
on the
heard.
couch.
No, you know
I
what? That is actually very admirable.
Tatted
And I've
Gamer
actually seen
93
some of her
hopping off an
streams
all-night
being, you
legend.
know, like geared in
Tatted
that
Gamer
direction. You know,
93.
like that's actually amazing content, in my opinion. Like, especially being that she's doing something for mental health as a, like, I don't know if she's charging people or not. And if she is doing it for free, extremely more power to her. Fucking keep killing
I
that
went
shit, woman,
in the
because that's.
best one I think
I
ever.
just want a pound of marijuana.
The only time I've ever actually sat there and kind of watched, she was going over people with masturbation problems. Like they were just hooked on it. And this dude that she had on there, he paid. They had to pay to come in her Discord to talk. And I don't know what the
Okay.
rate was or whatever, but that one she was having them to pay. This dude ended by saying, she said, well, what are your masturbation habits? What's making you masturbate so much? And he said, every time I see Amaranth, I just masturbate nonstop. And then he said, goodbye. And then he left. I laughed
So,
my ass
okay.
off there.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'd hate to say it, but I actually would say that that entire scenario there was entirely satire, and he was only
I think
doing
he
it to
did it for
troll
content.
her. Yeah, he did. He did it for content, and he did it to troll
Yeah.
her. And it's very unfortunate that that's the kind of life that she has to live and deal with.
We'll run
Because
into
that
those
is
people too, man. Yeah,
right.
eventually
I
it's
look.
big enough to where
I,
you run into them.
I just what was it within the last 7 days I had two bots hop in my fucking stream. One dropped the n hard r, the n word with the hard
It may
r.
have been the same people I had, because I think the last time we had you on the podcast, I got the people did that shit to me too, and I had to
Yeah,
ban them.
yeah, and then the other one that I had, and I'll say it flat out, I don't give a fuck because I know it's not true, and I think it's pretty sad that you have to hide behind a fucking name. And you can't come in here and actually get in your real kick fucking shit and come in here and say that shit, bitch.
Yeah,
Like the one that sent when they said that it was the other bot that said Can a Muffin Man likes little girls, and my exact response is I love my daughters. I don't like my
I
daughters.
had
I love my
two.
daughters.
I had
And
two
it's
that came in
disgusting that
that
you have to
day.
try to take that and turn it into something.
Yeah, I had two
Like
that came in that day, man. It was probably the same people, man. You got trolls that's just all they do.
oh
But
well.
typically, see, the reason why I think this guy was his shit was content related because he actually went in there and was saying those shit to her, like with his voice and shit like that.
Yeah.
Most of your trolls that are saying the racist stuff and all that will never show their face.
Right.
They will
Well,
only type on keyboard and shit like that.
yeah, and I mean, like, I could see it being something that, for the fanfare, unfortunately, that is around Amaranth. Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she had an OnlyFans at some point or does.
She probably still does.
I don't know. I personally
Yeah,
don't
I don't
know.
either.
I swear that those two correlated, or maybe it was somebody made a deep fake of her as an OnlyFans is maybe what I'm remembering, because I do remember there was a
Well,
lot of
at
deep
one
fakes
point,
going on.
her stream title contained OF on there.
Okay.
So now
So
Kick I think changed their thing where you're not supposed to promote like other
yeah.
stuff in your titles and stuff. So I don't know if it's still in there or not.
Yeah, but no offense to her or anybody that does OnlyFans, but if you're doing that kind of content, that comes with the territory.
Yeah, yeah.
That like
Well,
you
and
are in that
really,
lifestyle. You're gonna have to deal with those people that are willing to spend hundreds, even thousands of dollars to come and be that man to sit right there, right now with Amaranth on the other screen saying, "Yep, I'm sitting here spanking it. You can't
yeah,
see me spanking it, but I'm spanking it." You know what I'm saying? Just because of who it is, and it's disgusting that that's what those people can only get from that. Because I could imagine that behind that the Amaranth facade, the real person genuinely went and got that psychology degree, hoping to use it for something good. And I really hope that she did go get that psychology degree, and I hope she finds a way to actually use it the way that I'm pretty sure I hope that she intends to use it for some good.
yeah. Because
You
if
know?
she were to misuse it, then she could get into a hell of a lot of legal trouble. Like
Yes,
if we were to give
absolutely.
psychological, like I guess if we were to talk to somebody about their problems, right? And we
Yep.
give them any type of information that leads to them doing something, we can be held accountable. So,
Yeah,
I would hope that she would have nothing but good intentions. I think she does.
I do truly believe. I mean, like,
thank you.
trust me, I haven't spent a lot of time in Amaranth streams because unfortunately, the few times that I've been in there, she's just I don't go into streams even with men. If you don't have a shirt on or you're talking about how you're sitting there pantsless, I'm sorry, you're not professional enough for me.
Now
You
wait a
know,
minute. Now wait a minute. If I get my 50 subs in 1 month,
that's a
I
different
I
story.
plan I planned on doing buying a amaranth colored wig, and I was
Hmm.
going to sit here and do Boob Ross paintings on my
Yeah.
chest.
Yep. But you see, that's a different story because there's a difference between having something take you outside of your box which is what that is. You're going to cross dress. That's way outside of the
Yeah.
Mr. Steal Your Granny that I know. You know, like I don't know what I
Daddy
don't know.
knows.
Yeah, right. Like, right. Look, I'm sorry, Scott.
Only if you knew, Muffin Man. Only if you knew.
I don't know if I don't know how I would respond if Scott came on here and was like, "Hey, I need you to start calling me Susan." Like, no offense to anybody, but I
Shatisha.
don't know if. No. All right, let me go tuck these babies in. Holy fuck! Oh, I love this. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh damn, Scottisha.
Yes, any. It's such a money grab right now, man. People, the OnlyFans people make so much money. It's actually crazy how much money some of them can make.
Oh, dude, man. All the simps out there. How much has Cini spent on Amherst OnlyFans?
That's a good question. I don't even understand it, really.
Dude,
I
you got all
mean,
these free sites out there where you can see anything and everything. You go pay to.
yeah.
And I think it's more along the lines of they get to spend that money and they get to tell them stuff to do, so they have a little more control. Maybe I don't know. I don't know exactly how the hell they work. I don't even know what they can and can't do on stream and
Dude,
all that.
they can. I've never been to one, but they supposedly you can do a lot. You can cross boundaries that I don't know if you can be naked. I maybe you can be. I don't know. I
I
just know
mean, if
you.
not, that would make it even more pointless, right?
I bet you can. Actually, you probably can. I have no idea what the rules are on OnlyFans.
The OnlyFans is kind of like I've had some negative feedback about this, but you know what? I'm proud of it. OnlyFans is kind of like going to a strip club, right? The only difference is a strip club, you don't have to spend money, I guess, at a strip club. You do to get in, but lap dances, you got to pay for your lap dances, right? So to
Yeah.
have any type of like interaction, you got to pay for it. And I've never been to a strip club. I've had my buddies say, "Hey, you want to go to a strip
Well,
club?" And I'm like, "Hell no, man! I can see titties without having to pay for it."
well, I used to go to a club here up in White Sulphur, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
used
yeah,
to be
yeah,
here,
yeah.
and I went there. I think I was there 2 times when they had the Bad Mama Jamma contest that turned into something that nobody needs to see. Uh, I had a 50 some, she was 60, I think, some year old woman that I
You didn't
worked
steal
with
that granny, did you?
when I was 20. I was 18 actually, or 20. No, I was 20. And she, um, actually, I must have been 21 actually. She went up there and then just started stripping in front of everybody in that place, man. And that was something else.
Wait, Cunt Muffin says, "Not if you're a woman." What's that mean? I've never went into a strip club. I couldn't even tell you what the inside of them look like. Now I did go to that bar that they had in White Sulphur.
Oh, the
And
little tiny one.
what the hell was that thing? The Clover?
Oh yeah, that's where that
Yeah, yeah,
happened,
yeah, yeah.
Scott.
Well, this they had the closest I got was a wet T-shirt contest that they
That's what
had.
it was supposed to be.
And You know, there's a funny story behind that because me and the guy that owned the place had become like kind of friends through another dude that went there all the time. So, you know, we go in the into his office there and we'd smoke a joint or something like that, go back out. I wasn't even 21 yet and I was able to buy alcohol and stuff. And they were having the wet t-shirt contest and I had a white t-shirt on that night and I got up there and entered the wet t-shirt contest. And I almost won that motherfucker. There are some of the people that got
Scott,
in those you just didn't want to see.
they weren't filled with a lot of good competition.
No,
no.
Not at all.
No.
I don't know if you know Mockery's on and Devil.
Oh, damn. Oh, also Smack.
Yep. And I don't. Does Rye follow you?
I got Rye. Yeah.
All right. For a strip club, you don't have to pay, and well, most of the time the dudes just pay for everything. That makes sense. That makes sense, but it's so many like
Out there now, isn't
simp
it?
people out there,
Hot up
man.
there
Like
now, isn't it?
people will literally pay for anything if they think they're getting to get some booty in return. They will
Yeah. Oh,
pay for any
absolutely.
damn thing. Now, me, I'm completely different, man. Like I'm not gonna pay for the shit. I before? Yes, probably so. Because if you've ever taken a girl out to dinner or even just for a
With
drive, you paid
intentions.
something in gas. You know, like if nothing else, you paid for gas. But I'm never gonna say I never paid for it because
Hey,
everybody
look,
has.
that's a fucking expensive date nowadays, is taking them to the gas station at McDonald's.
Now I pay for it with my life, man. I'm married.
Right.
Hoki's quiet on that one. That smile said it all. He's like, I can't let Liberty hear me responding to that.
You're not getting me on that one, fella.
That smile said it all, man. That was a smile.
My poor torch is almost at the end of its ropes. It's what I've had
Neil,
this
how's it going, man?
torch 2
What's
years
up, Big
maybe.
Neil?
Oh, and I was thinking, as like as far as the Anunnaki thing, it is interesting that there are so many civilizations on the planet that were apart from one another, had never contacted one another, but all have the Anunnaki in their history.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you look into cave drawings and stuff like that, a lot of the cave drawings between civilizations were actually pretty similar. And they showed
Yeah.
like alien crafts and stuff like that.
But then there's also the
You take it to the gas station at McDonald's. I want to know.
you. What you mean?
I don't want to go to McDonald's.
I know you want to go to Jersey Mike's.
Yeah.
I got to thank
So
Jersey Mike's today.
there's a documentary that I'm gonna watch this documentary.
Oh, we got a coupon?
Well, it's actually a show. What's
Oh,
it
you want your
called?
phone back? Showed me that.
Something about things we were never meant to know or something like that. I think it's on Prime is where I seen it. Uh it I watched briefly part of it where they were talking about these two guys like in the 1800s that they believe may have built a time machine. And they was supposed to put this time machine inside of a lady's mausoleum that they had built. It had Egyptian hieroglyphic writing on the door of it. It was like perfect Egyptian writing. Like it was reinforced with like some kind of steel and all that shit. But you would have to look into it, man. I'll try to mention that whenever I actually take time to read about it. But what do you think, like with some of this shit? Do you think that people have already traveled in time?
Well, I mean, there is actually still a big question if and when we killed Hitler. Um, You know, and then there was the belief that he did go to Brazil. They did find that Nazi camp in Brazil that was established after the fall of the Nazis. And the possibility of time travel is difficult because you have to first believe in time, and I don't. Time is a construct. Time is a construct of man, and we just created that for us to be able to keep track of things. Time doesn't actually exist. And then there's, and then one of the other things that I wanted to, that I've always thought about is if we really wanted to travel through time or space, I think it would be more travel through space in like kind of a quantum realm type of deal. Like the quantum realm is more of a possibility than time travel. And then, using the quantum realm, you can wormhole your way through space to get back to a time frame of which you're searching.
How do you think
Not
with wormholes, do you think that, like, because with these in particular, it makes me think of our oceans. How you have the streams that fish will use to just
Yeah.
freaking migrate super fast. Otherwise, they would die. Like, I wonder if space kind of works like that. They have like these little stream cycles that kind of lead place to place.
I wouldn't say it's that direct. Because and I think the movie Ant-Man and the quantum Ant-Man movie, the one where they actually
Yeah.
like go to the that did the best. That is the easiest way to explain the quantum realm and how it operates, is because like it's very complex. It's because you're talking string theory along with a mathematics calculation that goes with string theory, and then how everything's tied together and whatnot. So I kind of don't really look at it as much as time travel as it would be alternate realities.
Right.
Like here it's JC Penny, but like in another life they actually remember it, instead of it being PENNEY, it was actually like a penny,
Yeah, like we
PENNY.
were talking about. You remember Jiffy peanut butter?
And now it's not Jiffy anymore, it's
Yeah,
Jif.
yeah. And they're like the Mandela effect. So that would be kind of
Yes.
like the cause of that.
Well, I mean,
Because
when do you remember Mandela dying? Because for me, he died while I was in school getting stabbed in prison.
right.
But
Yeah,
in
and
the
see, I never really paid
time,
enough attention to him, like as a
I loved
person.
him. I
But I
believed
remember,
in that
I thought
man.
he got out of prison, but I remembered
I
him dying
remember him.
before before the date that they say though.
I
Like
No,
the
remember. I remembered him getting out of prison and running for office in South Africa.
yes, and yeah,
Um,
he did. He did. And like that's actually, the timeline that we're in now. But that's why it's the Bearstein Bears and not the Bearstein Bears. And
yeah, we did a bunch of these.
yes, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this: there was a peanut butter that started with J. Do you remember the name of it?
Yeah, I've always known it as Jiffy.
Okay.
Yeah, I've
That's what
always,
that's
but
what a
now
lot of
it's
people. What was the one
yeah,
that blew our minds the most, Scott? There was another one. Curious George.
yeah,
Did
with
Curious
and
yeah,
George
without
have
the
a tail?
tail. I don't remember because I didn't like anything about Curious George.
Okay. Maybe it was something.
well, and you've seen the scary movie.
Yeah.
What does the guy say as he's reaching his hand out the window to try to help the
Oh,
well, was it a girl up or
yeah. And grab my
he was
strong
helping a
hand.
dude. Yeah,
yeah, he
that's
Grab my
never
not it.
said
strong
that.
hand.
He never
Uh,
said that. He just said
never
take
said
my
that.
hand.
Yeah, everybody we've ever talked to, that's been the joke. We would be
Yeah.
like, take my little hand. It's my strong
Yeah, and
hand.
I thought that was the exact
Yeah.
thing. Take my little hand. It's my strong hand. Because we would joke about that all the time. We'd be
Well,
like,
yeah,
take my little
because
hand.
He says it at the beginning of the movie when they do the derbies and he dips his hand in the potatoes.
It's not there
Yep.
either.
He never
It's
said that.
just gone.
Yeah, it's just not there. I went back and watched the clips. Now maybe somebody's got a DVD from way
Well, that's
back in
like
the day.
Shazam. That's like
Right, yeah.
Shazam.
Yep.
And I've watched the movie Shazam, and I've held the movie Shazam in my hand, and I've seen hundreds of videos with people taking Shazam and putting it in a VHS player and watching the movie. And it's interesting because I just seen a TikTok the other day about it that took somebody that did that. They put the movie into their VHS and they played it. And it's funny that you say the Curious George piece, because in the video that they showed me, the two kids go in there and they're like, Ma, he had to have saved something of Mom's. There has to be at least one thing. He picks up a Curious George book and it's got the fucking tail. So the Shazam movie is from an alternate reality also.
I remember Curious George hanging upside down from his tail, even, and like reaching down towards the ground for stuff and all that, like swinging on the trees with his tail.
I actually do remember him swinging from the trees. There was that one time that they went to the park and whatever the owner was having trouble getting him to get out of the tree, and he kept swinging.
Okay. So if these things are not legit, there were a couple of them that we saw on that list where it could have just been different ways to pronounce things, or companies might have changed something. There's going to be Mandela effects later about like Aunt Jemima syrup and something.
Land O'Lakes butter,
Land
where it had the
O'Lakes
Indian on it.
butter.
Now,
And
do you know about the Fruit of the Loom one?
With the Capicopia or the
the cornucopia.
Yeah, cornucopia. Yeah. I've always remembered it with the cornucopia because that's why it was the fruit of the loom.
Yeah.
Because the cornucopia was the way that one's designed, they called it the loom because it was designed for you to be able to put across your body and put fruits and carry.
And there were some that we found out that they put on there, like one like where Hannibal Lecter meets Clarice, and he, a lot of people thought he said hello Clarice, or something like that. Well, Jim Carrey did a skit later on Saturday Night Live where he said that. So some of them were events later that people did reenactments or comedy skits or something like that.
I remember him saying "Hello, Clarice" in the movie.
I thought so too.
I never watched. That's Hellraiser, right?
No, it's Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, it's from the Hannibal series.
Okay.
But okay, so if some of these things are legit, like if they are and they're not like things that got changed over time because there were different reenactments or the company or the bookmaker or whatever changed little things, if they're legit, what is it like what were we talking about, Scott? There's a black hole or something that may be altering time.
There's a black hole that it's in the middle of our galaxy, in the middle of our universe. All right, we have that big ass black hole in the middle of it, and they're saying now that it's like altering like the space time continuum and shit like that. Like, could that be things? Could it be like bringing parts from other dimensions into ours and from ours into theirs?
So every time that one of those recent like Mandela effects has occurred, it just so happens that CERN fired up the LHC.
That's true too. That's one of the big things too. They call it a conspiracy, but I call it a hypothesis because we're trying to find an answer.
Right. Well, and you see, I really am on Degrassi Tyson says it best. You can't use causation, or you can't use causation as correlation. Like and vice versa. You can't use correlation as causation. Like just because a thing correlates with something doesn't mean that it is the causation of what's the correlation. The correlation could actually be something else entirely. Okay, one of the most common things is that, this belief system that like rap or a genre of music causes people to be a certain type of way. That's using correlation as causation, and you can't do that because these people make individual choices. Yes, you can argue to a degree that society has an impact on those choices, but you cannot then say that society made them choose. That is not true. That person still is free willed and they do still have the choice, because put in the same situation 100 times over, how many different choices will they make until they get it right?
Yeah, that one
We all,
scientist says he studied free will for 15 years or
let
something
me see,
like that, and
right?
he tries to say free will doesn't exist, but I 100% disagree with him on that.
Um, the reason that people don't want free will to be an existence is because if you take away free will, then there is absolutely no such thing as destiny. Period.
Right.
If you have free will, destiny does not exist, because destiny means that you're predetermined.
Yeah, and I feel
We
like if
tried
you,
to
with that,
weave that, but
you have
go
an
ahead.
answer for everything, right? Like,
Hmm.
say if this person does this, why did he do it? You don't have to worry about free will. That's eliminated. That was just destined to happen. You know?
Exactly. Why did Hitler go kill all those people? Because he was supposed to? Oh, that doesn't sound right.
And in that sense, should we even punish those people if were destined to do
Right.
stuff they do? Like, come
Right.
on.
Like, are we supposed to be like, oh man, dude, that sucks that your existence is supposed to go annihilate an entire race? Like, fuck,
Yeah,
man, I
like
couldn't
you
imagine.
killed my wife. Oh, that's okay. You were destined to do it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, come
Like,
on.
wait a minute, hold on a minute. Some fighting words there, my bud. Huh.
So if it's not, if it's not some kind of a time space manipulation, a multiverse type thing, could it be a matrix? If it's not somehow
Mm.
our minds manipulating things. Like, do you remember the Monopoly Man? Did the Monopoly
I
Man have
can't
a monocle?
remember. I
Okay.
can't remember. I
Now the
played
only
the fuck
thing,
out of Monopoly, but the only thing I remember is the color of the money.
yeah, and we were talking about it, and I can't recall either. But there was also some other characters at the time that did have monocles. So
Like Peanut, the Peanut dude.
right.
Yeah, and I specifically remember the Monopoly man with the monocle. Like, I swear I do, man, because he was holding
I
it as he was
mean,
running. Like they had him holding it while he was doing the little run thing, and
yeah, that's why his hand was up.
yeah.
He had his hand on his monocle, and his other hand is cane.
Now, did he? Are you remembering that from your past, or am I putting that vision in your head?
I just know, I actually, what played through my head was the McDonald's commercial when they first did their first Monopoly thing, because they had the animated Monopoly man on there, and he runs up, he fucking his monocle's in his hand, and he sits it on his eye, and then he takes the cane and spins it and puts it on the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they cut into the, like showing you the cups and the pieces for the Monopoly pieces. I actually, yeah, no, I remember that.
You
Yeah,
know
and I
what?
always remember him having one.
Because it went from him to that, and then like he did something, I think he did something with his cane, and then it made it transition to the Monopoly board, and then showing you the fry boxes flying by and the cup flying
It'll
by,
kind of
and then
make you
like
crazy
peeling
if you
off.
think about it enough.
It does.
These things, like, what does it mean? Like,
uh
what I
Great
mean, there's a
question.
lot of possibilities, but what does that mean that so many people,
Well, and
and
here's the
then
thing.
if people have, like, the people that played that movie, right? Then how do they still have the copy of that movie? I don't understand how that all works. Like, if we're in a different
um
time, or we're in a different,
that's what
s-
I think Rick and Morty was for, to show how Rick and Morty was able to take his gun and walk through the portal and then be on the other side with the things that he was touching, but everything that he left behind was where he left it behind.
And
You
see,
know,
here's the thing too. We're always finding a new species and shit like that, right? Are they coming from a different dimension? Are they always there in a different dimension, but suddenly they came here? And maybe the species doesn't even realize, it's somewhere completely different, but we're just now finding it for the first time, like out in the open.
I mean, did something exist before you found it in existence?
Yeah.
Right. So since it existed before you found it, the only thing that has changed is your knowledge of it.
Right.
But however, you then have to, that leads you to that conversation of, well, where did it come from?
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
because
and
some of the stuff they're finding is like right there in the open. Like we should have
exactly.
seen it all along. And for
Yep.
example, there was a I can't remember the species of I want to say it was a bird. I'm pretty sure it was a bird that I read about that they found hell I want to say it was Australia, but it might not be Australia. It started with an A. They found this species of bird that they thought had been extinct for like hundreds of years. And
Yeah,
all of a sudden they
absolutely.
found this bird and it's like, where did it come from? Like,
Yep.
and like the Malaysia flight, how the hell do we know that it didn't get sucked into a different dimension?
Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle is definitely a lot of fun, and I would like to go play with it sometime. But I don't know if the world would like it if I started flirting with things. um, but like, and this is like, unfortunately, this is where we have to get into that deeper talk of creation, religion, things of that nature, because if it was created, it thus it must serve something, a
Yeah.
purpose, a reason, whether it is prey or predator, or if it's just filtration systems, like it broad, and then that gets very deep and broad very quickly.
Yeah, like the point of maggots is to like decompose bodies quicker and stuff like
Exactly.
that. And,
Exactly.
it's kind of everything has its own little, even though it seems pointless to us and disgusting to us that they exist, they have a purpose here.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, okay, the biggest pest that almost every American has to face is mosquitoes. All right.
Ours is
But,
ants. Sometimes we'll get ants really freaking bad.
oh, okay, the winter ants, the ones that try to come inside to stay warm.
Yeah,
Yeah, buddy. Mhm. Love them. They're the greatest thing about living out in the country.
Yeah.
um, but like with that, like mosquitoes feed mosquito hawks feed frogs feed snakes feed birds. Like it's easy to build a correlation and build a causation of things, but when you have to get down to those minor structures of like one of the greatest things that I say that like that I love to point out, that there is a creator, is for the simple purpose that like I could meet 1,000,000 dogs, of the same. I could be 1,000,000 boxers, and I'll be able to generally group them,
Right.
to behavior sets, right? And you can do that with humanity to a degree. But what's crazy about humanity is, even if you break them down into all of these different places, you can go within that one segment of people and never meet the same person twice.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there is definitely that aspect of things. Like, how is it that humanity is able to be so different? But how many times can I see a Bessie? A Bessie
Right.
cow that acts exactly the way that Bessie did, reminds me everything of Bessie, or right now how I've got my English Mastiff Dozer, who largely reminds me a lot of times of the way he acts of my dog Boomer, who died, almost 10 years ago. Like, and they're saying, but they're not even the same breed, but some of the things that they do and the way, the mannerisms of things that they do, it just actually comes down to that's how dogs act. Like, but humans, well, like, there's nothing that you can really attribute specifically to, well, that's just what humans do, other than
Right.
destruction.
Yeah.
Like other than destruction, like humans, like no matter how you want to look at it, we have to destroy for us to survive. That is the unfortunate actuality of humanity, of human life. For us to be able to survive, we have to destroy something, whether it's trees, whether it's food. Like we can't just exist without destruction. But it's what we then take that destruction to is where the problem becomes. Like we'll take that destruction of, just for our food and things like that to, well, when food is scarce, the only way that I can then get my food is by destroying them who has the food so I can then take it. We're the only species that actually will go and do that. Like you don't really see chipmunks raiding. You don't see chipmunks raiding squirrels' fucking, the squirrels' fucking nut stash. They just don't do it.
Yeah.
They can find it. They may come across it, but once they realize that it's a squirrel's nut stash, they take off.
Mama Bliss says, "Nice onesie, hokey pokey." Yeah, and I've talked on that a little bit too, like with the differences between our species and all the other species. Most of your other species are gonna they stick together. Now they do have like the battle over who's gonna be the leader of packs and stuff like that, and the chances of one of them getting killed is slim to none, but it does happen.
Right.
It happens, and it's an unfortunate thing, but at that same time, even though it happens, they do have kind of like remorse on that.
Right.
But that's what makes them the leader of it. Like humans, we cause destruction on every damn thing. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's an animal, we're going to see what it tastes like. If it's
Yep.
if it's a
Right.
tree, we're going to cut it down. We're going to see what the inside looks like. See what kind of
I,
board we can make out of it, or
be
if it
careful because
bites
there's
your
those
ass
people out there
off.
that'll eat people.
Yeah, yeah, and the like, I don't know, man. We're so different, like as far as like all the other species and stuff. But the thing too is like, what leads me to there being 100% like some life form or something, spiritual or physical life form that made everything that we have is the complexity of it all. Like besides the fact of where did the seeds come from that started the first trees and all that, it's the complexity of everything. Because if you look at it, there's a cycle to everything. Now we happen to right now be at the top of the food chain. Now, what happens when something else more powerful than us takes over as the top of the food chain? Who the hell knows? Like we'll know what it feels like to be a mouse running from a cat or something like that. But
I mean, we.
like it starts at the bottom. Like stuff will eat bacteria or microorganisms, and then something bigger than that will eat it, and it follows that whole cycle. But if you look at it, if that microscopic organism that's getting ate didn't exist anymore, would our food source run out? Because that cycle right there at the beginning of it's going to end.
Right. Right. And that's, exactly true. And I mean, back to, if something's going to rise up to be stronger than we are, if we keep trying to implant human brain cells into apes, we're going to have Planet of the Apes real quick.
Dude, I just seen a thing on that too, that they found, God, I can't remember where the hell this was at. They found there's a village that were getting, there's actually been like 3 or 4 kids that's been murdered by monkeys because these monkeys are following military type strategy on attacking these kids. And
Wow.
it's absolutely insane. Like they're like, we've never seen this before. And I'm like, I did on Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we're heading toward a Planet of the Apes or Terminator or one of
Zombies.
yeah, zombies are and that video you showed earlier where if the aliens came
That
to our planet, that's exactly what would happen.
that's an interesting
Yeah.
video that Biden was in that and Putin and all them because according to Baba Vanga, then
Not Baba Yaga,
2024.
Scott.
2024 is supposed to be when the aliens make contact with us, but she also says it's peaceful. So we can only
Right.
hope if they do that it would be peaceful. But
Right.
that's kind of interesting that they had that for Biden being president still and all that because 2024 man is when she says she's been right on. They said 85% of her predictions. So and she's got shit predicted all the way to 5076 is supposed to be the end of the world. But in like
Oh wow.
5030 something, we as a species like what was it like it was a pretty good percentage of the planet that left Hokie. What was that percentage? You
Oh
remember?
yeah, I think 60% of the population left, 40% stayed, and then the Earth died. But that was, that gives me hope. If all so many of her predictions are real, she predicted the Earth is going to last to what 5079, I think it
Yeah, something
was.
like that.
So and I don't know that I have that much faith sometimes
Uh,
with some of our leaders, and it's hard to imagine, Scott, that we have a peaceful interaction with aliens because that video. That's how I see it. Like if America tried to make contact, Russia and China would be like, no, 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 we got to make contact, and then it would turn
right.
into a big, I wish I could see how it could be peaceful.
But you see, like, what's unfortunate about that is the way that we have to have this conversation. We have to worry about all these different people from Earth, all these different humans from Earth on who gets to talk first.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the part that blows my mind. Like we've progressed so far as a race, the human race, with the connectivity that we have right now, that if we looked and dug hard enough, I mean, I don't know if y'all seen it, but Twitch is getting ready to shut down. I think they're Korean servers, so like you
Kick
won't be
just
able to
picked that
stream.
up.
Yeah, they like that. That's what I'm saying. Twitch is getting rid of them, and Kick was like, "Yeah, by the way, you could do that here." You
Why?
know,
Why did they decide to do that?
probably just cutting back to save on profits, and they weren't profitable there, so they wanted to go somewhere else where they can get more profits.
So were the Korean streamers not bringing in enough money, ad revenue? Is that what it was?
Probably more than likely,
Okay.
or the
Okay.
conversion of its, like the conversion from whatever they were making there to U.S. dollars wasn't high enough. Like
Tell
after
you what,
paying all those.
we welcome them with open arms here. Like
Right.
they're part of the community, man.
And I mean, it's why, as much as like every biblical thing on the planet hates the idea of it, I really wish we would get to a one world government. I really wish we would. I wish we would
I just,
reunite as a
I
human
wish,
race.
heck, we can't even, people can't get along with their neighbors. We can't
Right.
get, our country is so split. I'm telling you, Muffin Man, I
Oh,
hate to
I know.
say it. I love when Americans come together. I
Mm.
love when we can be friendly, but this next year is going to be horror. I think it's going to be bad. I don't want it to be, but I think with all the political strife and the party system and how people will just go with their party and hate the other party and
You know what
Yeah.
I'm gonna be? I'm gonna be right here protecting me and my own.
Right. Well,
I don't
Since
think it'll get that. I don't think it'll get that bad, Scott. I'm just saying. I think people are going to be. I think families are going to get broken up because of it. I think
they already have.
well, the worst part
friendships are going
is
to end.
what you have right now is you have both sides of the aisle that are saying if we don't win, this is our last hope. if we
Yeah,
don't win.
right.
And it's like, come on, man. Like, whatever happened to the days where the person who didn't win went over and shook the other guy's hand and said, "Hey, good job, man. Congratulations." But now it's like, if this side wins, it's the end of the United States. If this side wins, it's the end of the United States. So it may not happen prior to the election, but after that election, man, things are probably in certain areas going to get pretty violent. And I
Yeah.
blame all the politicians because they're making it seem like if their side doesn't win, it's the end.
Well, and then the mainstream media doesn't help fueling that fire
Mhm.
with all of the propaganda that they spin off of outside of that stuff. Like, like, okay, great, everybody's tired of hearing about the presidential nomination, so let's go see what the BLM have been up to, or oh, let's go see what My Pillow guy's up to recently. Oh, let's go pull up how this dude was out at the club and stabbed a bunch of people because they were this. Like, and oh, it just so happens that agenda plays into left or right.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, and how the media is designed for that purpose. Like, you don't turn on the news to see who, how somebody's house burned down, an entire community came together and helped them. Like, you don't hear about that no more.
Now I would watch news if it was like that still. It used to
Right.
be you would see shit like that, but I would 100% watch it if it was shit like I don't like the doom and gloom. Um Which is weird because my mind instantly thinks every situation that I'm ever encountered with is going to end in doom and gloom. But that's
Right.
also the PTSD part of everything.
Right.
so, but I'm like, me and Hokie have talked about it when we're out and stuff like that. Somewhere you're always looking for an exit. You're always looking at something that could happen. You're always looking at if one person looks a little weird, you're like, what are they up to? And shit like that, like you're in defense mode everywhere you go.
Yep.
And at that same time though, I think that allows you for your mind to, it might not be a bad thing because I feel like that it's allowed my mind to open up and see everything fucked up that both sides of our government does and stuff like that, instead of me just not having to worry in the world and walking that line. Then
Right.
I'm able to actually see this stuff, and it's a good thing, but it's definitely 100% a curse to have at the exact same time.
Right. No, I totally, yeah, it is. It's my favorite saying, that double-edged sword.
Mhm.
Um because, like, one side of it is for protection, but the other side of it is for business.
Yeah.
And
Well, and
I mean, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you, Muffin Man.
No, no, no,
I
no, you're
like
good,
to
good.
be an optimist, but I'm a
Right.
realist too. And
Right.
I want the better parts of humanity to come out. I don't see it a lot, especially when people go at each other's throats on social media
I
over
think the
these
better parts
over
have
these
already
two
came
parties.
out.
Yeah,
I do.
I'm hopeful, man. I am hopeful that I mean, some of those things we saw. I do hope that that person's right, Scott. That Baba Vanga.
Yeah, yeah.
She predicted some bad things, but in the end, people came together,
Yeah.
and I right now it's hard for me to see that.
Well, and here's a question for you. All right, say you're riding down the road and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, you see somebody beside the road, right? And they got the hood up on their car. And you're out in the middle of nowhere. Okay? Are you going to stop and help that person? Or would you go until you had cell service and call, cops and say, hey, this person's broke down? Or would you just
Dude,
go on home and say, the hell with it?
like more than see back in the day, you would just stop, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. Wouldn't
and
even blink.
now yeah, it's a terrible. I can tell you one thing about I can't remember what it was, 15 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. I broke down. I had to fix a shredded tire, and I didn't have it was about I don't know, 110 degrees in Richmond. And I was out there trying to get under there and make sure everything was all right, get the tire off. I had to put the little one on there. I had to go somewhere. Not a single person stopped or anything. And that was quite a few years ago.
Now, here's what I was getting at. I'm glad that you mentioned that back in the day you didn't have as much to worry about, so you would have did it back in the day because that was kind of my point that I feel like that the best of humanity we may have already seen.
Not
Because
according
you
to Baba Vanga.
but there's going to be an event that brings everybody together. That's what changes everything throughout history. It's always been one big major event that changes to bring us together, and then what happens? Unfortunately, we end up going down the same path again, and then it takes another big event to bring everybody together. That's why you have a war like every 100 years or so, man, like a big
Yeah.
war, because it's just a cycle all the time.
Although, sadly enough, we're overdue
Hmm.
for a really big one because we
Yeah.
had World War One 20 years later, World War Two.
Yeah.
We're
And each
sadly,
time it just wipes
Since
out
more,
more and more
I
population.
yeah.
you really and honestly, if you actually look back at it, World War II never ended. We just ended it on paper.
Yeah, that's true. There's still a lot of those people that's been fighting constantly.
Oh well, no. Look at it. It was that I think I want to swear it was in after 2020 that I seen it. Or at least it was after in the 2000s at least. But some people went to a random island in Japan, and there was a World War II Japanese fighter still there under orders to kill anything that approached. Because they left him there and forgot about him. He was supposed to be a radio man, and when the radios went dead, he didn't know what to do. He had no
Yeah.
boat. He had everything he needed to survive there on the island. He had a family, wife, and children back home, but he had been on that island for over 50 years by
Wow. Imagine
himself.
being that guy.
Yeah,
I'm
and
surprised he
all,
had any sanity left.
well, no, well, I mean, the Japanese warriors are built different, anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, like they got honor and integrity are not just their military values. It is the difference, but honor and integrity is the difference between life and death for them, because if you're a
Right.
warrior and do something dishonorable, you're supposed to kill yourself immediately.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, but and speaking of honorable things and whatnot, you were talking earlier about if you were to ever become president, you would want military leaders held accountable for civilian casualties and things like that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But you know what else I think needs to happen more of, that you don't see enough of, that I would do. I
What's
tell
that?
you right now, I would do, if I was president of the United States of America and I had to send any U.S. military member anywhere in the world for any type of military operation, you best fucking believe that I'm going to be out there on that battlefield right along with my men and women
Yeah,
that are
yeah,
going out there
yeah.
to do that thing.
Like George
even if
Washington did.
Like it used to be.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, because that's the thing, man. Like, the leaders are the most comfortable freaking people in the whole wars. They're the most protected out of
Yep.
anybody in the war. And it's actually illegal for us to kill another leader, right?
Mm.
For any other country to take out our leader too. It's
Right.
supposed to be like against the what is it, Geneva Convention or whatever
Yeah.
the hell they call it. All right, so why? Like who made that a thing? Who made it a thing that said, Putin bombed Ukraine and killed 50 innocent women and children, but he's the leader. He's good.
Yep. Right. It's not his fault. How dare his
Like
military do that?
he made the call. Yeah, the military might have said, "Hey, this is where we need to hit," but Putin's the one that gave that order to go ahead and strike it.
Right.
The Forever Couch Gang is a conglomerate of
It
Yeah,
irritates the hell out of me, man, because the majority of your people out there don't want war.
Right.
Like they don't
why would you
understand
want
the
it?
whole purpose, Like it's senseless. It doesn't accomplish anything other than I guess, population control. But
Yeah,
other
there is
than that,
that.
it doesn't really do anything.
Well, you see,
Well, what was that
and
thing you sent me the other day, Scott? I mean, it may have been today, where a drone mistakenly killed 80 some
A
people in
U.S. drone.
Nigeria. Yeah, because we were looking for terrorists and they decided that this group of 85 people that were out, weren't they at a religious
Yeah,
thing?
and a
They were
bunch
at a
of them
religious
were
event.
children
Yeah.
oh
that
yeah,
was
Or
America's
killed.
done that several times. We bombed. There was
yeah.
somebody else that we bombed that we thought that there was one,
Vice
just
MG.
one terrorist that we were looking for, but it was a wedding. We bombed the whole wedding
Oh yeah,
for
Now,
one terrorist.
that's
now,
what Israel's doing too right now. They'll go after
Yeah,
one Hamas leader and
now I
uh
haven't watched the news, but
bombed the city block.
I
yeah.
would probably say it's safe to say I don't watch the news, so I don't know. This is my opinion on this. I would say that since who's president is president, you're only going to see that news being played on right wing media. I don't think they're going to play it on the left wing media. Now,
Right,
if it was a Republican in there, it would be the complete opposite. It would be all over the left wing, but not on the right wing.
right. Yeah, party politics at its finest.
Party politics, man. Party, yeah. We talked about that earlier, Cini, that missing flight that just kind of disappeared.
Yeah,
Uh,
Malaysia.
yeah, the Malaysian flight. Uh, there. I mean, you can't deny it. There's some weird stuff that happens.
Well, there was also that flight that
I'm gonna
came
let this
back
dog out.
from the 1950s. Did you ever see that?
I did not see that.
So there was a plane back in like the 1940s or 50s that went missing. And back in like
I did see that.
2003, mhm, and then like 2003, 2004, it returned and they were calling to their tower and they were like, hey, this is flight blah, blah, blah. We are at this much fuel. We need to land immediately. The tower radioed back to them and was like, say that again. What flight are you? And then they looked into it and they were like, your flight's been missing for like 50 years. And they were like, you're kidding. It's what day is it? And he told them the current date, and the pilot actually like was in the process of landing on the airstrip, and he was like, I don't know what's going on here and I don't like it. I'm gonna fly my people away from here. And then the plane took off and was never seen again, just disappeared off the map.
Yeah, I think from what I gathered out of that, then they thought that the guy might have went back like into the ocean to try to fly somewhere else, and they ran out of fuel, and they
Crashing. No,
presuming they're dead. But yeah,
yeah.
man, what would that make you feel like? Like, say you woke up. We talked about this a little bit last week. What if you woke up and you were like in the 30s?
Right.
Like, you wouldn't have anything you need. Your currency is not going to do you a damn bit. I can't take my debit card in the 30s and go and freaking, buy
Right.
bread or something like that. So
Mm-mm.
you got nothing. Like, these people are going to look at you in the clothes you're in. They're going to be like, "What the hell?" Like, they're not going to
Right.
they're not going to know what the hell's going on.
No,
So
Jesus, man, they catch me
So
really dressed
what do you
up.
guys? What's your theory on that plane? Because I saw the videos of it, and that's some weird. Now, Cini said there was a U.S. bomber in the area, but I didn't see it explode. From what I saw, unless the video was doctored, it just kind of disappeared.
The
It just
Malaysian
yeah.
one. I actually have no idea what you're like. Is it a current one that just like recently went missing?
it's been a few years.
It's
It's
been
been 2 or 3 years probably.
yeah.
Yeah, the Malaysia flight.
I
I
think I
see
vaguely remember it, but I didn't look into it because
with that, I'm not
unfortunately at that.
100% sure.
Well, and you see the other side of it too is where it went missing at, if I remember correctly, is an area that's very well known for piracy.
Yeah. But
Like
they checked. There wasn't any like ocean currents that would have pulled it away or anything like that. Like they had pretty damn good technology, and they looked for this thing for like ever. I don't know if the hell they might still be looking for it.
Is that the video that's going around though, Scott? Am I thinking of the right one? Where it looks like it's going toward a cloud and then it just disappears. Is that the right one?
Um,
Or was
I
that
don't know
another
because
flight?
the only video I actually seen on the Malaysia one was where they were showing the radar of it, and
Okay.
it just disappeared from the radar, which that could be getting shot down or something like that. But
Yeah.
typically those groups like to like to let it be known what they did, because it's like a power move to them. But
Some of them.
there's also people that believe that like the shit never crashed at all, that they found a way to disable the radar on it and they landed it somewhere, and like, these people got a damn plane, I guess. But you would think though at some point in time a pilot would be flying over and be like, hey, that
Please follow
plane's
me
not
where I
supposed to be
leave
in
my
that field.
X-Marks.
Y'all might want to check that out.
www.twitter.com can a
That
muffin left.
depends because you know, and I mean, think about it when you're in the air looking down at a house, and then it's you go and you stand by that same house that you were just looking at that was this big from the
Yeah.
plane, but you go stand beside that house and it's actually 14,000 square feet and
Yeah,
four
yeah.
stories. You know what I'm saying? And how big do you think a plane's going to be, and then how easy is it to hide things?
Yeah, because
Like
like when I look at the ground up, like you can see the plane, but you can't make out like real good details. You can just see the shape of the plane, because it's so
well,
small, And hell,
and
sometimes the trail coming out of it's bigger than the actual plane itself when you look at them.
right.
So
Well,
it
and then I
would be
mean,
it
you
would be
got to
easy
look
to
at
hide
the
it.
and you got to look at it too from like the military side of things. There is that mesh stuff that you can get that you put up above an
Yeah,
area that'll blend right in from the ground from high points in the sky. You
right.
can't even tell it's there. What are you doing, dum dum? Dum dum dozer. Come here. Come here, Michael boys. Come here, fatty. Dozer. Come here. Oh, my got food. See this. Hi, Bubba's.
Now, what
200
about
pounds
you've
of
seen the
dumb.
videos of like pilots, even military pilots, saying that they've seen unidentified flying objects and stuff like that, but they get outmaneuvered easily. Like these things will just take off, right? But then there's reports of people saying that we've shot them down. If we can't keep up with them, how the hell we shoot them down?
Um, that's a twofold thing. So you can are like American pilots are definitely, like some of the best.
Yeah,
And it may be able to outmaneuver us, but we do have missiles that can heat sink and reach Mach 3.
yeah.
So like you may be able to outmaneuver it for a while, but if I fire enough of them missiles at you from enough different directions, you ain't got nowhere to go.
So if we're doing this, right, to these alien species,
I would expect
why do
retaliation.
yeah. Wouldn't there be some kind of retaliation toward us?
Well, I mean, how long did it take that little scout to get here? And did he come alone or did he have a battleship with him?
Well, and
Right.
here's the question: are they already in the process of it? We're getting some
Exactly.
biological shit right now happening. Like they have that white lung thing going on right now. We had COVID that came through. Are they doing it through biological means?
Is that our own governments?
Yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah.
that's unfortunately we've already figured out that that was financed by Obama and the Wuhan clinic, like that's already been scientifically proven. Sorry. That just is what it is. Like we can track things like that. I mean, like, and we learned, where we got that mentality from? Anthrax. When anthrax started happening and started popping up the way it did, we immediately had to start tracking anything biological. We needed to know where it came from and how. And then when we realized that there's more components out there than just biological ones, there's man-made chemicals out there that are dangerous, and
Now,
I'll never understand how I'll never understand how any scientist would think it would be a good idea to try to train viruses to gain a new function. I don't like that is just maniacal
What do you
to
think?
me.
What do you think the governments of the world? What do you
Right.
think they're working on in their little
Right.
labs?
Well, you know what? One of the greatest conspiracy theories that I've ever heard in that regard is, my DNA is different than your DNA, than Scott's DNA, than my wife's DNA, than all three of my children's DNA. My DNA is different than even my brothers and sisters, my dad, my mom, my cousins. My DNA is unique. It would be not very hard to create a virus that could target your DNA.
Yeah,
And then
I've
I go
heard.
to
I've
and
heard
I go
that.
to your local water supply and spoil that with it, and only you die. It's a brilliant idea, and it would be a very easy thing to be replicated quickly. It wouldn't take much to replicate. I mean, look, but and that's one of the things that really got me off guard is something that I thought about is how did we produce all of those vaccines so quickly? Because if you go and you do the math, the time that it actually takes for you to just produce it was like 10 to 20 years. So we were 10 to 20 years ahead with the vaccine before
Hokey pokey.
the virus came out. We had the vaccine in production before we released the virus. Because the amount of time that it would have taken for them to produce the vaccines that were readily available for the COVID, it would have taken them at least 10 years to make the ones that they had ready within a year.
Bill Gates already had COVID figured out beforehand. He's actually
Exactly.
predicted the next pandemic too. There's another pandemic coming. I can't remember what year he said that was going to be in. But yeah, supposedly there's another one coming very soon. Actually, hell, it might have been for this year. It might be the damn white lung thing that's going around.
Well,
But he said that there'd be another one.
I did see where the CDC has put out and other countries around the world saying that there will be something called a disease X coming in the near future that could potentially wipe out up to 40% of the population.
Yeah, the smart thing to do with that is get your leaders together around the world and say, you know what? Our biggest thing that we have, our biggest threat to any of us is going to be the next big pandemic. Let's stop fighting each other. Let's start working on the cure to this real enemy, which is something unseen. We don't see it coming because that next leader that orders the attack might be the first person to get that next damn pandemic starting virus, and they might die from it. Like, save your own life in the future. Like, sit here and extend our lives. Don't look for ways to end it.
Yeah, I mean that. Go ahead, Muffin Man.
Oh no, the only thing I was going to say to that regard is it is interesting how much humanity invests in destroying itself opposed to bettering itself.
Yeah,
That is
Right.
something that I've yet to understand. I don't
I have
understand why
talked
that
about
is
this
such
for
a
years.
I
really
don't know when will the mindset flip though? Will it ever flip? Is it
I
going
think
to
it
take?
does. I think it does. But when it does, unfortunately, it's going to wipe out anywhere from half to like 80% of the population before we realize, hey, we fucked up.
Sorry.
That's when they realized.
Yeah, that's when they realized they fucked up.
well, I'll say this. One of the One of the things that I've really put a lot of thought into over even the recent years, as far as like, why are things going the way that they're going? And I was delving into this while I was in college in my sociology classes. Um, we were looking at societies, the way that they work, and the way that they've operated and changed over the years and what drives them to change. Um, and I've found two things that I think are the driving forces of any human. And, most people are going to be like, oh, greed and currency. And it's like, actually, no, it's survivability and comfort. Survivability and comfort are the two things that humans always seek, no matter what it is that they're doing. They're either looking to survive something or make themselves more comfortable where they are. And as long as those two things are met, as long as they don't have to worry about surviving and they don't have to worry about being comfortable, and those two things are given, those two things are easy. And this is, throughout societies, throughout history, throughout current, like no matter what world, where you look at in the world, if a country is focusing on how well people can survive and how comfortable they are where they are surviving, those countries are the ones that have the most strongest communities that are interlaced, very well known. There's nowhere that you could go like in Kuwait. I remember friends of mine talking about going out in the city of Kuwait, and like people would just talk to each other. Hey, how you doing? Hey, great day. Hope you have a great one. Bless you, bless me, bless them, bless all of this, bless us all, and but then also be like, you got to be careful about some of these because they're still finding their purpose, finding their way. Like they had this mentality that one day even these people that were doing wrong were going to become better people because they walked around being such good people. Like being such, and I mean, like in situations like when I was in Ali Al Salim, there was a couple of Kuwaitis that had come on post, and one of them forgot all of his American money, and all he had was his Kuwaiti money on him. And the other guy was like, they were standing there in front of me talking in English because they were, and like this was something that, after we walked outside to go smoke a cigarette. Um, but the one guy forgot his stuff, was sitting there getting ready to pay for it, realized he forgot it, and was like, oh, here, I'll go put it back. And his friend was like, no, 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 you leave it. Here's mine. Add it together. I pay for it all. Like awesome, like something that I'm sure that if y'all two were at the store and you were like 50 cents or $1 or $5 short on either one of you, be like, here, yeah, I got it. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry
Yeah.
about paying for what you had to pay for. I got it all. And it wouldn't even be a scratch off your back, like it's just kind of the way that y'all are. I genuinely believe that about you two, like, it's the same way that I am, like that's why I can say that. I guess it's because I see a lot of myself in y'all, or vice versa, that however, like however you
Just
want to
don't
look at
put
that.
yourself too deep in me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, daddy.
You know, I had a guy one time, a homeless guy, cussed me the hell out because he asked me if I had any money I would give him. And I drove to McDonald's. I bought him a damn meal that was like, hell, it was like $12, and this has been a while ago. Like I got him $12 worth of food. And that was a lot back then. I took it to him, and he said, "Fuck you! I didn't want food, you son of a bitch," and all this. So I ate the food in
Yeah.
front of him. I'm like,
But I don't blame you.
I'm like,
Don't
what the
blame you.
hell, Like I'm trying to help this guy out because I knew what he was
Um,
gonna do with the money. He was gonna go buy
alcohol or
alcohol,
drugs.
and
Hmm.
I wanted
Alcohol or
him
drugs.
to have something that was gonna benefit him and better him. Now I did leave. I did leave one of the burgers there.
Right. To at
I
least,
wasn't gonna
yep,
eat it
yep, yep.
all. But
Right. No.
I ate the majority of it to let him know what he missed out on because of how he reacted.
Right.
So,
I would.
there's some
Mhm.
people that you want to help that don't want to help themselves.
That
And
part.
that's the key to recognize too. Like you got to know when to stop trying to help people because there's some people that you just can't help, and if you keep trying to do it, you're going to end
Oh,
up
sir.
falling right there with them.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, in that situation, you actually had that, you hit that nail on the head. He didn't want your help. He wanted your money. And,
Yep.
and unfortunately, like the larger thing that a lot of people don't know is actually the homeless don't. If you're homeless and go hungry, it's your fucking choice because there are so many places that you can go get free food
Right.
constantly. So like if you're homeless and hungry, it's your fault because there's no way that you're walking around them streets without at least having something to eat that day.
Right.
And I mean like I even when I was homeless, like there was a couple times that I went one time to a McDonald's and I only had like just enough money to get me a cheeseburger, and the manager noticed that I was homeless and he was like, "Hey man, if you'll go out there and clean the parking lot, I'll give you a whole Big Mac meal." I
Right.
spent the next 45 minutes out there picking up every cigarette butt that I could find. There was
Yeah, and they
no
do that
trash
because
left.
that helps out on their work, but they
Yeah.
don't have to like keep up with this burger right here. They don't have to keep that
Mhm.
inventory of that, so it's a good trade for them.
Right. But like the unfortunate side of things is, like many times during the time that I was homeless, I got told that I was not like your typical homeless person. Because like I wasn't begging for money. I didn't walk up to people with a cup, "Hey man, you got some change you can spare?" Like I was walking up to people, like I'd see somebody walking out of the grocery store with like 50 bags and some of them were about to fall, and I just walk up, grab a few, and, "Hey, can I help you to your car?"
Right.
Like, and then get them to their car and, "Okay, have a good day." If they called me back to give me a tip, they called me back to give me a tip. Other than that, I kept about my day.
Right.
Like, and it was just something for me to be out there and doing. And I guess in a sense, I've kind of always lived my life by the karmic rules. What you put out is what you get back. And I mean, to more proof of that, like I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I do the best that I can where I can as much as I can. And I'm like I've told you, I'm in the middle of buying a house. And the VA home loans are very fucking strict when it comes to what they want in the home and things like that.
Right.
Um, and I've been real worried about it because it's Christmas time. I'm trying to buy this house. My Mimo just passed away, and back to here it is, that PTSD thing, and back where like the broader scope of tonight is, I just had something, the most amazing thing I think I could ever have happen. I mean, almost the one of the almost amazing things that I could ever happen in my life just happened for me. And it was my realtor letting me know that the appraisal was today. They've got the list of repairs, and the sellers have decided to completely handle it. We don't have to worry about a penny of it. So that way we can get Christmas
Hell
for our
yeah.
kids.
Congrats on that, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's such an awesome thing. And
Right.
but unfortunately, I can tell with the way that I'm talking about it, it's very matter of fact. Like, it's great that this happens for me, like, but that joyous, like, oh my God, I can't believe this is like that. I don't know. I don't even got an ounce of that. It's just like,
Just
wow,
wait until
great.
you actually get in that place, and that's when you'll have that feeling. Because
I think
what I
that's
did
when it's
with
going to
mine,
hit me.
I had complete shit credit, right? Because I was
Hmm.
like, I don't need to pay that freaking doctor bill, stuff like that. So it ruined my credit. And when I finally wanted to get a house of my own, I was like, damn, everybody keeps telling me my credit's too shitty. So what I did was I went and got a what they call, you put the money on the card, a secured loan,
Yep.
where I had the money that I gave them, and that was my credit line. And when I got gas, I would use that card, and then I would pay it off at the end of the month, but still have a little bit of a remaining balance. So I kept that credit line open. And dude, within like 6 months, my credit went from down here up to here, and I was able to get my house. And the whole time I was seeing my credit score, and it wasn't really getting to me. I was like, I looked at it as I'm still this far away instead of I only
Right.
have that much more to go. And I was the glass half empty kind of guy. And, uh, So when I finally got it though, and I actually got in here, and I was like, "This is my fucking house." That feeling, man, was just amazing. Like that's when it hit me, when it actually happened. But I think at the same time I had that feeling because I've always been so used to like fucked up things happening
Yeah.
that it's easy to be on that half glass empty kind of thing. And then once it does happen, that's when that accomplishment actually hits you.
That is actually very largely one of the things that's been running through my mind lately is like all this good stuff's happening. I'm waiting for that fucked up thing.
Right.
I am literally waiting on that. Like, and I mean, as much as I hate to say it, that might have been my Mima passing away. Like, the give and take of the universe.
Right. Yeah, because
right.
the weird part after I got my house, like a few months after I was here, then my favorite cat died.
Right.
Like it,
The
it,
give
it
and
was one
take.
of those things, man. It's like, we're gonna give you this, it's gonna be really good, but you're gonna get this taken away from you. It's gonna feel like shit for a while.
Right. You're not going to get to fully enjoy it.
Right.
Now I'm gonna take us back to the beginning. He kind of brought up his Meemaw. Um, we're gonna go back to mental health just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I've got some highlights here from a long paper about mental health in the United States, and I want y'all to react. I got let's see, 5 main highlights from this paper. All right, the first one. About 1/4 of U.S. adults report having a mental health diagnosis, such as anxiety or depression, or experiencing emotional distress. This is one of the highest rates among 11 high income countries.
I think I think it's kind of, that might be right on paper. But I think that that's only like a quarter of the people that's actually went in and reported that they were having problems and stuff like that. I would say that the
Oh,
number,
there's some
I'd,
people that won't.
I'd say the number is probably like at least 80%, probably higher than that. Like, what's the elite make up, like 1 or 2% of the world's population? I
Right.
would say that that would be the only people that might not have the anxiety and shit. And if they do, they did it to themselves.
Right.
But as far as the everyday people, I feel like that the majority of everybody that's alive has some sort of anxiety problems.
Um,
Um,
I think I think some of it's tied to circumstances, things that happen in your life, for sure. There's also a genetic aspect to it too. You have relatives that were bipolar. Now, Scott, around here, like my grandmother would have never went in
Yeah.
to a mental health doctor because
right.
there was a stigma. Like if you said you had a mental health problem, you were just crazy.
Yeah.
Stay away from that crazy person. Now I think things are starting to get better as far as that goes, where people are starting to realize that it's these are real conditions and have real effects on people, and there are
Right.
treatments, there are things you can do to make it better. I would agree that number is still higher because I do believe that some, especially older generations, there's that stigma attached. Plus, there's some people that can't afford to get treatment. There's some people that just say, "There's no way I can't get treatment. I'm not." They're not reported on there.
I think the
So
stigma part isn't as common now.
it's not as common now.
I
No.
think the issue we have now is the people being able to afford to go and get the care. Because even if you do have
I,
insurance, some of the insurance don't want to like cover a lot of that stuff.
that's a twofold issue. It's not
Hokey
just that the
pokey.
insurances don't want to cover it. It's so like one of the things that I like, oh god, man, this is where my headaches begin because like I cannot stand the insurance agency world because I have 4 sets of insurance.
Shit.
I have my VA. I have my Humana, which is through Social Security.
Yeah.
And then I have my state insurance, main care. And then through my Humana, I also have a private insurance that covers a broader things. Like it comes at, like, they take a portion of my Social Security check to pay for an extra plan, but it's not part of my main Humana plan. It's actually its own individual Humana plan. So I have 4 fucking insurances.
Yeah, kind of like an Aflac or something like that. Like that'll cover what your insurance won't cover.
Right. And that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
But that's just, do you know how much of a headache it is when I go to just see my doctor for the sniffles? You know, like the doctor visit's the easy part. It's when I go to check out, okay, which insurance are we billing? I don't fucking know. All of them.
Right. Let me just give you all these and you pick which one.
Right.
Just
You
keep
know,
choosing until one of them pays the shit.
Yeah, right. Like, I don't give a fuck who you charge. It ain't coming out of my pocket, but and that's just me being like facetious and funny about it because I really don't know what to tell them. You know, people, my veterans buddies always say charge it to the VA, but every time I charge it to the VA, it ends up on my credit report. You know, so like, and then other people tell me, no, I'll charge it to Humana or I'll charge it to main care. And it's like, or why can't I just have like a government one that does all of it?
Yeah. And see,
You know, like,
well, I've reached out on that too, as far as I mean, it will fall under universal health care. We're the only country that doesn't have it. I can't. A lot of people like to refer to it as free health care. I don't refer to it as free because your tax money is what's being
yes,
used to provide it.
yes,
So, and for the people who don't work or can't work, you fall under the low income insurance of your state, and you end up getting, like, in Virginia, if you're under a certain income, then you get free health care. Like,
right,
it's our state provides that free health care. So
right,
anybody that would be over those, at that point the government would pick up their health care.
right,
And you could still have like a private insurance for like private, sectors and stuff like that. Like Australia, uh, there's some things, like our buddy had a procedure on his back done. He could have waited. What was it, Hokey? Like
It
fucking
was
5 years or something.
It was gonna be. I don't know if it was that long. It was
It
gonna
was a
be a
good while
while.
for a
It was
back
gonna be.
issue.
Yeah.
Or through the private sector, they was able to get him in and do it. So he chose the
right,
private sector. Like, if you have the government health care, it does slow your time on being able to get stuff done. It slows that up.
right.
Depending on
If I
the
can't have cunt muffin, then they can't have fucker in the pussy.
What?
Exactly. People have a problem with my name. Fuck that
Man's
motherfucker.
like,
They have a person on here with fucker in the pussy.
Well, okay, she's over in Sergeant Jackson's live right now, and he has somebody in there. Their fucking kick screen name is fucker in the
I've
pussy.
seen that name somewhere else before.
Holy man.
Oh, they.
Yeah, that one's a little like, I understand that you're flirting with the line, but you're flirting with the opposite side of the line. You know, like, you crossed that one and said, "Oh yeah, by the way, guys, it's back there." But like,
But
don't get me wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
I looked at it as, we send all this aid.
Well, they
I've said
banned
this
them
before. We send
immediately.
all the aid to all the other countries and shit
So I
like
was
that.
like,
Like, we waste our tax money on all this stuff when that tax money is supposed to be reserved to give the American people the things that they need to have a comfortable life.
Right.
And one of the main things of
sorry,
that,
that was random.
one of the main
I didn't mean
things
to
of
interrupt
that
your
is
podcast, guys. Sorry.
That
is
was
being
golden. That's a
pretty
fucking
funny.
clip.
The main thing to that is, like, you got to keep people alive. And when you
Right.
have people dying because they can't afford procedures that would
Or
save their lives,
insulin.
yeah,
Or
insulin and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And a lot of our veterans die because they can't get procedures and shit done. Like, are you kidding me? Those are the people that signed up to protect our fucking freedom. What the
Amy.
government's not taking away from the freedom, then
Right.
they're signing up to protect that. They should be top priority for sure. And
Yes,
then
absolutely.
after that, there's really not a priority. I don't give a damn how much money you make or anything like that. You're the same as every freaking body else.
Yeah.
And everybody should be entitled to have governmental health care with the option of picking up a private sector insurance for like the private sector surgeons and stuff like that. But one thing that they have to do before they can do that is they have to tell these medical companies, hey, you know what? $50 for a freaking aspirin, or the hospitals too, $50 for a freaking aspirin? Hell no. That's not the rate. You're gonna make this much money off of that product. That's all we're capping it.
Right.
That's all you can make off of that product. And there's no reason why any medicine out there should be unaffordable. Because if you look at what goes in to make these medicines, they might pay a dollar to make an entire freaking bottle of pills.
Right.
But they're gonna charge like $400 for some of this medicine or more.
well, I will say some companies have research and development costs,
Yeah,
but sometimes the universities that we send money through the government to do all the work for some of these
yeah,
companies, and then they buy it for very cheap off the universities,
yeah.
and they make. Now there are some companies that did quite a bit of research and development, but I guarantee you they're making back hundreds or thousands times fold what they put into the research and development.
Right.
Um,
Well, and the other side of that too is like, one of those causation correlations that I always talk about is like, every time that we've increased minimum wage, we've seen inflation increase with it. Which is, the same thing that we've all said since every time that they raise minimum wage. If you want to make your minimum wage 17, 20, $90 an hour, guess what? Your milk's going to be more, it's going to cost you more for your milk.
right.
Um, Um, and the reason is because, like it's a combination of protecting products and protecting profits. Because, like it really is that combination. Because, like, it's a hard thing if you really think about it. If everybody was to get onto the same schedule of buying their food at the same time, the same things, how often would the shelves be empty?
Right. Well,
If
and see,
everybody,
could we
go
not
ahead.
cap the profit? Like, here's what we would do, okay? If you cap the profit, once they go over that cap, their taxes, like everything's basically taxed. We tax the
Shoot,
shit out of all of it,
you
right?
can't.
Now,
Some of them get away with paying hardly any
but
tax.
see, that's
You
the
know.
thing. You got to
Right,
close a lot
right.
of the loopholes and stuff
Yeah,
like
that
that,
was.
which only exist. Why? Because of lobbyists. They get the money thrown at them by these corporations to keep the loopholes open. Now, if we were able to close those loopholes, we set a cap on profit. And hell, if somebody makes $1 billion in a year, that's more than enough freaking profit for them to have. All right,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you set a cap. When you set that cap, if they go over that cap, 100% of that's taxed. They will not get that money back. That's
Okay.
100% of it taxed.
Let
Now,
me ask you this,
if
Scott.
they can prevent, it would be up to them. Are we going to go over that cap, or are we going to hire more employees to put more employees to work? Are we going to
Well,
lower the cost of our products to keep us from going over that cap?
And
so
here's
go
something
ahead,
for
go
both
ahead.
of y'all. Do you guys believe we should go to just a no? I mean, this would kind of cut the IRS out, but a no anything, no deduction, no anything like that. It's a flat tax rate, like just
Yeah,
flat,
just
no
products you buy
way.
that are taxed.
Actually, I would rather not see a tax system at all. Sorry, that's just the way that I see it. The way that it really should be is if anybody wants to tax, the government can tax its motherfucking self. Like and like I mean literally, like
Which are
if you want to talk,
the only ones that are tax exempt.
this is exactly my point. There's
the very wealthy,
yes,
and
but
stuff like that.
You know what's funny about you find you know what sucks about this, and it's one of those none of the things is it's not a causation or it's not a causation correlation. It just happens to be the same. That some of your most wealthy people are religious, which are also tax exempt.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate to say it, but it's the truth. If you really want to start a tax-free business, open a church and go open a book and read it.
Well, my other
I think it
thing,
would be a better system than what we have now, though. If we could do some kind of flat tax rate, maybe it would increase. Maybe in my opinion, I think people that have low incomes should be taxed the least, by a little bit at least. Maybe like say 5% on people with low income, and then it increased to like maybe 10%. Not a huge
Yeah, it
difference,
shouldn't go
but
over
like
30.
not a huge difference, but
Mhm.
if it was flat and it's 10% of a billionaire tax, of money
Yeah,
coming back
right.
in, it's better than the zero a lot of times that we get now because of so many exemptions and loopholes and all that. And some of them actually have gotten money back. From it's our
I
system right now is
uh,
definitely
guess what?
screwed.
Guess what? That's why I created the Forever Couch Gang. Literally. I am going to openly, right here on Kick, show you how I can abuse the U.S. government. I'm going to bend the U.S. government and fuck it in the ass. I'm telling you. With the
don't
Forever
spit
Couch
on
Gang
it. Don't spit on
LLC.
it.
Oh, fuck that. They didn't give me no lube. Where was my lube? Why do I get to give you lube?
Everybody says that, but how would it feel without lube there?
I don't know. I've never had anything go up there.
No, I mean for you to put it in them. Like it probably be a
it would
little
be
hard to get
great.
that motherfucker
No, that asshole's wide.
in.
Do you not see how many countries blow through our government, man? And they spread them bitches in a crawl in. They don't even fuck that bitch. They get in there and bust it.
Well, I have another part of the tax thing. Like it was gonna be on my 2024 thing. Okay, if you're an employee, like a lot of your factories and shit force you to work overtime. But these factories are doing that because they found out that they could save money instead of hiring a new person, putting them through the process of training and stuff like that. Then it's easier for them to just work this guy over, work this son of a bitch every other day, 16s and
Yep.
stuff like
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Okay, now this dude, his life is gone because he's having to work so damn much on his
Exactly.
days that he does work a normal day. He's so freaking tired he don't want to do anything. Well, guess
Yep.
what? That dude is getting fucked repeatedly on having to work overtime. If your company makes you work overtime, why the hell should you have to pay the taxes out of that
That's
check? The
everything you
company
put
should
in
have
there.
to
I
pay
want
it.
some too.
Yeah, don't you love that?
Bet you your
Somebody
shit.
works overtime
I
and they
only did
get
it to make
taxed
the
to
weed taste
hell.
better.
I
Yeah.
know.
Or if you
Is
take,
They
that we
get
just
taxed at a
like
higher rate
rotting
for the
asshole?
overtime wages than what they do the
Yeah.
regular wages.
or
So
if you
make the
take,
company pay that shit. The employee should get
Yeah.
100% of those
Yes,
overtime wages.
absolutely.
or
Absolutely.
if you take some money out of your own 401k, you get taxed to hell on it, especially if you withdraw it early.
That depends on how you do it. Because you see, most people do it the wrong way because it's the way that they tell you to do it because it's the wrong way and costs you the most and hurts you the most. There are ways, however, where you can use your 401k to turn yourself into a bank. Literally.
Yeah, I
And it's
guess if you invested it and all that into what you wanted at that point.
there's that, and then there's also a specific process. Like that's the other thing is everybody gets a 401k. They say, okay, set up my contributions. Okay, choose where I want to invest my contributions to try to get profits, and that's it. Nobody ever opens up the 401k book and reads it through and through.
Right.
Because if you read it through and through, you can use that 401k as collateral for a loan with the 401k. Like you're literally going to borrow money. So like say your 401k set up to cap at $450,000. All right. Let's say, I mean, this is just, an idea because, usually 401ks, you have a cap of where you don't want them to go over this monetary value. And then it's begin investing or dividing into other smaller accounts, CODs, things of that nature. All right. Now, if you set up your 401k as that, and I'll go and I will actually research the exact process in the air because I used to remember it, but there's an exact 401k clause that you use that you take a loan from your 401k and you get that money immediately, and it can be for your entirety of what your 401k is supposed to be worth. Say it's $450,000, so you could take that $450,000 loan, and then it says, okay, you have to pay back $650 a month for 10 years. And that's how you pay back you pay back the loan that you took to your 401k. Well, guess what? That loan that you took from your 401k is going to accrue interest, and as you're paying it gets added into your 401k because you borrowed it from your own money.
Right.
So you literally then become your own bank.
All right.
Because if you have 400, like, you know what I'm saying? And there's a specific, I will look into it and find the specific process so that way I can like definitely showcase it for next Wednesday so I can show everybody how it's done, because like that's the other thing. I'm going to show you how to use an LLC to abuse the government. And the first step is giveaways.
Right.
I'm going to show you how you get to give away.
You can use as a tax write-off.
Depends on how you do it.
Yeah.
These the gifted subs, you're not going to be able to write those off because they're an electronic transaction. However, if I show up at your door, knock on your door, and hand you an Audi A5 keys with title in hand, I get to write that off on my taxes. All I have to do is make a video.
Let me give you my address there, Muffin Man.
No, I'm not kidding you. I'm not fucking kidding you. I'm not kidding you. And then all I have to do is have a video of me giving it to you as a gift because you won it in a giveaway. And then I get to write it off as a donation that I made.
Well, another thing too is like with us being streamers, and we consider this our job, so to speak, right? If you got to purchase a computer chair, a desk, all that, that's all tax write-offs for your job. No, they cap that though, don't they? I think they cap that. But a big corporation can go and buy any freaking thing they want and use it as a damn write-off.
That's why you have to have your LLC. Your LLC allows you to broaden those caps. As just you sole proprietor, as you as just the person, yes, you do have a limit. But the Forever Couch Gang LLC, all I have to do is make sure that my taxes are in order and that my, all my checks and balances are in order. And then from there, the sky's the limit as long as I'm producing profits.
I just need to go to Mr. Steal Your Granny LLC.
There you go.
And then that way I can just say, hey, I use this fuel in my vehicle to go to the store so that I could buy this for my stream. Fuel cost and all.
I don't know if you can write off like those personal, because that falls into those personal expenditures. Now, if you were to twist it as I'm going to get this product so I can test it on stream and give you a review of how I feel about this product, that's a different story. Now you're doing a business review.
How about onesies?
You could do that. Who made the onesie? What kind of material is it made of? Can you do a squat in it without ripping your pants?
All right, I'm gonna
He's like, this
continue.
shit's uncomfortable. It's going straight up my ass crack. I don't want to no more.
All right, I'm gonna go with this next one here.
He's like, my balls are being pushed one side and my dick's on the other.
Splitting the boys.
While U.S. adults are among the most willing to seek, you're fine.
I
You're
have no
fine.
filter.
While U.S. adults are among the most willing to seek professional help for
Maybe
emotional
it's meant for a
distress,
woman.
they are
They don't have
among
anything
the
down there.
most likely to report access or affordability issues. So we've talked about this, where there's definitely some affordability and access issues to mental health for sure in the States.
Right.
Definitely with our veterans,
Yeah,
for sure.
you know what I seen? People who can't afford it, like they get. I don't know what you guys call it in Maine, but here it's called social services. But like you can go there to talk about like anxiety issues and stuff like that, but you're not going to get to talk to an actual professional.
Right.
Like they're kind of licensed, but they're not really a
Yeah.
professional.
And I've
And
had
it
that issue.
sucks, you know.
Mm-hmm. I've definitely had that issue.
So yeah, you're limited for sure on the type of care you receive if you don't have insurance or you can't afford, you know, to go to a certain place and stuff like that. Like you're literally going to get like say you walk into a store and you want to buy a pizza. All right, you can get like the Walmart brand pizza for this, or you can get like, you know, Tombstone for this. Like the quality difference is what you're paying for there. And just like in psychiatry and stuff like that, it's going to depend on what you pay as the quality you get. You're kind of a guinea pig when you don't have money. You're kind of a guinea pig. You're getting these people that are just getting started in the field. So they're kind of learning from you. I mean, you're just their guinea pig.
Which is, I will tell you from experience, it's a little scary
Yeah.
when they're first coming out. It takes them a while to get good.
Trial and
Okay,
error.
here we go. Here's one. Emotional distress is associated with social and economic needs in all countries. Nearly half of U.S. adults who experience emotional distress report such worries, a higher share than seen in other countries. And I think that's probably because of things like you know, in the what am I trying to say? Industrialized world, we're one of the only countries that don't have you know, readily available health care that anybody can afford. So yeah, I could definitely see where people would be distressed.
Well, and then you watch the news. What do you see? Doom and gloom. It's
Yeah, doom and
everywhere.
gloom.
That's where they
Social
get their
media.
ratings from. Social media, doom and gloom. Twitter, drama. Yeah, everything is like
The
downers
Bible.
everywhere.
You open up the Bible,
yeah.
and the end of the Bible's pretty.
Yeah,
Doesn't sound pretty
Revelations.
Well,
happy.
and the weird part about it is, like, for the past forever now, then the end of the Bible, like anything that happens every year, can be interpreted as being in the end of the
Oh
Bible. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
like
I remember when I was a kid, man. The pastors were like, "It's coming, it's coming now,
hey,
it's
my
coming
Right.
man,
now."
Lucky Vane 57 Sonic said to tell you hi.
Hey, yo, thank you. How we doing? He over in your chat?
Yeah, yeah.
I got you
Let's
pulled up.
see. Okay, here we go. The United States has some of the worst mental health related outcomes, including the highest suicide rate and second highest drug related death rate.
Okay,
I
so
can
Not
believe that.
surprising.
yeah, for the highest drug rate, I mean, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'll never understand why we had U.S. soldiers guarding poppy fields so they could be harvested by the CIA and put in a Connex and sent back somewhere. We just know
I
that they got put
do.
in a
I do
Connex.
understand that.
You know
Because
what I'm saying?
if you looked where our CIA actually released these drugs into to start with, it was predominantly like black neighborhoods and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm,
And it ended up spreading like a wildfire. But
Yep.
that's the places that they introduced it to.
Right.
So it makes you wonder what they were trying to do to those populations of people.
Yeah, I mean there
But
is that
that's our
aspect
government,
of it. Right. And that's absolutely that's very valid things. I mean, then it's just outside of even the drugs thing. Let's talk about, what's that one project that they did in Chicago?
If you can't remember the name, kind of tell me what it was about.
I know it targeted African Americans, and it was like some type of vaccination process that caused them to get like a couple different diseases.
Oh
Like it
shit,
was Hep
man! We actually
C, it
talked
was
about this
fucking
when I was talking about the shit that the governments did. That was in there, but I
yes.
can't remember what the hell it was now.
You know why? Is because we're not supposed to know about it, and it keeps getting suppressed. Hold on. Chicago government. What was it? How do I read this? Government. Chicago residents used as government giving pictures. Government.
It's like that. What was that place that they had the lead in the water?
You talking about Flint?
Flint,
Flint.
Michigan. That was a black area. Like, why weren't they given the money to have the stuff that they needed to be able to upgrade this? Like everywhere else around the United States had gotten upgraded. Why couldn't they have got upgraded?
Yeah, I don't know.
We were talking about the mosquitoes and the biological stuff, and it dates back to, was that the 50s that I said that one was where they released the drone thing? Well, it wasn't a drone; it was the helicopter they used to release capsules of mosquitoes that had like sicknesses and shit in them, and they released these things to see how fast it would spread. The drone was what they have copyrighted.
Yeah. I remember us going over that.
Yeah.
You know what it is, Scott?
Huh.
Lead in the water. They're not going to go.
The
They're going to
Tuskegee,
wait. Oh, you talking about the Tuskegee?
the
Yeah.
Tuskegee
Yeah.
Institute
Yeah.
when they infected them with syphilis.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yep. We went over that one day there when we did I was bringing up a bunch of the stuff, the messed up stuff that just our governments did. And some of that stuff's unbelievable.
Yep.
But to make it worse, to my knowledge, to make it worse, Russia is even worse than us with stuff like that, with the scientific experiments on people and shit.
Well, did you just see where Russia basically, I can't remember what they did.
I know a great one from 2013 that they did.
Well, they just now did something where they said the LBGTQ was like what they, I can't remember what they classified it
They're
as, like
basically terrorists.
yeah, as a terrorist group, and they went in and raided gay clubs and
Shut
took
them down.
they shut them down. They took people to prison.
Yeah.
So
that's
yeah,
crazy.
Russia, yeah. So
Does Russia not know what typically happens in prisons?
Right. Damn. Don't drop the soap. Don't drop the soap.
Oh no.
Wah, 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 wah.
No, that's why they have body wash now.
Oh yeah, right. That's why they give them the liquid. If you drop that, you're just fucked
Why is
anyways.
my
Because you ain't getting washed.
You're
Be with
spinning,
it.
man.
Yeah, my stream just went out again. Love it.
It's because we were talking about Putin and he ain't Putin around.
Wait,
Hi.
I'm back. Nah, I just refreshed it, man. Wait.
Yeah,
Nope.
you're back here.
Nope.
Nope.
It just crashed on here.
Oh my god.
So hey Hokie, how old is your router? And modem?
It's actually not super old. But I definitely
Is it
gonna have
more
to.
than if it's more than 12 months?
No, it's older. It's more than 12 months.
You're supposed to replace them every 9.
Have you done any
Especially if
updates
it's
on it?
the company ones. You just I replace them once a year at least.
I do mine once a year. But there is ways you can log into your router and do an update on it too.
Well, ours is from the company. Like, yeah. So I guess we're gonna have to call and get them to do a freaking. I'm sure they won't want to, but yeah.
Yeah, even your picture there is getting pixelated.
Yeah, no, yep. I'd say it's either that or are y'all starting to get any of the snow cold weather yet?
Yeah, it is going to be about what 30? No, 20 here tonight, right?
Yeah.
And y'all are still you're not on fiber, right?
Yeah, I am.
You both are? Oh,
yeah.
Well, then the weather shouldn't be fucking with you at all then. Never mind.
No, it's just the last couple days. Like I really hadn't had much of an issue, and then yesterday was terrible.
I know.
And
wow, man.
Yeah, dude, I went from like for some I don't know why. I think because I got that raid. I was up at 50 some for a little bit and then it crashed. Then I got back, climbed my way back up to 30 some and it crashed. And then I was like, screw it. It was, you know, and then it crashed right before I was going to raid. So then, yeah.
No, and like there was a couple times that I had to go and like I noticed I had to refresh your tab a couple times, and then anytime that I did, but my computer struggles anyways. If I've got my game going and my stream, I can't have a bunch of tabs open. I do that but I'm also on a laptop, so like it's what I'm eventually going to do is go out and get like a secondary cheap laptop that'll just like permanently have everybody's stream on it. Like I'm going to actually set it up to where it's going to have, how like when you click Google Chrome and you can set it to open up so many tabs, I'm going to have it open up as many tabs of people as I can, and then
I'll tell you what, I got a Google Chromebook from Walmart for like less than $200.
Yeah.
And right now I got probably 30 people up. And I just cycle through them and emote. If I did it on my gaming PC, I'd never be able to game while I had those tabs up.
Yeah, and I'm buying. We found a really good deal.
That's
on
that tech
hoodie on a laptop, and I'm gonna get it too, so I don't have to run this on my freaking PC. Because right now I have about 30 tabs up on my PC while we're doing this, and maybe that's what's causing the crashing. I don't know.
When I buy my next computer next year, then this computer that I'm currently using for gaming is going to be my support computer. I'll be able to have a shit ton up.
Right.
Well, I do like the idea of the laptop that's sitting right here, just right here beside of me.
This laptop's convenient. All I gotta do is just sit here, and I can kind of focus on the screen still and look down occasionally. And it's convenient.
So the reason that I went with this setup, the way that I did, is eventually one day I'm actually going to give all this away. My entire setup's going to get given away one day. But I wanted to build a setup that was cheap and things like that. Just so that way I could showcase a great way for people to get into streaming with a decent setup that's able to do quite a bit of things. But however, the one difference is the way that I'm set up. I I honestly, like, I understand why people want to game from a PC, but the headaches that gaming from a PC comes with, I can load up my PlayStation 5 every trip. I don't have to worry. I really don't have to worry about that system being fucked up. I don't. And then
Yeah, it is
Hey,
more of a headache for sure.
and when it comes down to it, I like that's just the gaming side of things. Y'all are doing both streaming and gaming, so you get double the headache. You got to deal
Yeah.
with everything going wrong with games, and you got to deal with everything going wrong with your stream. I only have to worry about everything going wrong with my stream.
Yeah.
And that is so much more less of a headache. And I see so many people right now, especially like there's a lot of people that cannot stream and play Modern Warfare 3. They just can't. It destroys their system. They can't do both. Even if they have nothing else running but just the game and the stream, their computers can't handle it. And I will never have to worry about that for the next 10 years on my PS5.
Right.
Yeah,
Or even
it is
or even
true.
my Xbox Series S. I'll never have to worry about that again. And
Now
then
you
on
know a
top
new
of that,
system's going to
go
come
ahead.
out before we ever get to see GTA 6.
Oh, facts. Oh, facts, bro. The PS5 Pro is around the corner, bro. The Xbox
Yeah.
Series fucking Infinite is around the corner. Trust me. I understand that. They work like look, man, I could have got this S whatever the fuck it is that I lost my
I'll
little
be right
stylus
back.
for. I could have got this the same day it came out, and 6 months later the next one was already on the shelf.
Botrix, follow
Yeah.
me where I leave
Yeah,
my
And
see
like
tracks.
the way the consoles work too, like if you get a really good computer, it
mhm.
might last you 3-4 years. It's gonna last. It's got about the same lifespan as a console before you have to start adding upgrades to it. And
Yep.
those upgrades, hell, some of the upgrades you might as well buy a console. Like the cost of it, like if a
Yeah.
console does come out even twice before you have to replace your PC, it still ends up being way cheaper going the console route.
Well, and then the other side of it too is when those new consoles come out, GameStop almost always runs the fucking promotion. Bring in your current
Yeah,
gen console for the new one that's coming out.
yeah.
Every trip, they always do it. It's like it's what's kept them around for as long as they do, and that's a perfect investment because you can't do that with a PC.
And
You
that's usually
cannot.
working or not working.
Yep, you could bring in your
They trade.
busted five. Yep,
Yeah,
they may only give you $75 for it, but that's $75 less that I got to pay for the other one, and
yeah,
and I got a working PS5 out the deal. Let's go.
yeah. Yeah, see, PC, I run into an issue of just randomly getting kicked out of games.
Yep.
All my specs on my PC will be perfect because I have them all to where I can see them at the top, like my frames and then my GPU percentage and
Yep.
CPU percentage, my temperature and all that I can see at the top. And it's none of that would be causing it. No packet
Right.
loss during the time where it'll just crash, and I'm like, what the hell, man? That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
And I don't have like I don't have a souped up PC. I got a 3060.
Right.
I had to add 16 more gigabytes of RAM to it, and because it had 16 gigabytes of RAM, so I added 16 more. And it's not like I have. It is an Alienware, which next PC that I get, I'm getting a custom build. I'm not going to go the route of Alienware because I feel like I just paid for the name. They use good quality stuff in their PCs, but I can
They're
get a
built by
custom
Dell.
build. Yeah, I can get a custom build with the exact same stuff for like $1,000 cheaper.
Right.
So I'm 100% going the custom build route.
Yeah.
I wish I
Well,
could find.
you know what, man? If you want to hit me up offline, I'll help you save on some of that cost. I got a whole ass tower in there that I'm not using.
Well, see, I'm wondering if they could use this tower that I got. I have another tower too, from a PC that I did have, and it's got like it's the box tower, and then it's got the
Yep.
glass in there too,
Yep.
and it's got like a tank. It's kind of cool because they put a tank inside of the glass. So you got like this sticker like looking thing of a tank and shit inside of the glass. I tried to see if it was a sticker when my PC messed up. It's made into the glass. I was like, that's kind of cool. And
Yeah, that is
I'm
dope.
wondering if I can use that tower to just assemble everything in because it's got my
Yeah.
old PC parts in it. So
Yep.
some of that stuff, like the mounts and stuff that are in there, might
Roll the
actually work
mounts.
for.
Yeah, you might get lucky and your power supply unit might work.
Yeah.
If your power, like, especially if it was a gaming computer, that power supply unit's probably more than
Yeah,
sufficient enough
it
to
was a
run any of
gaming
the new
PC.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and see, I would probably go ahead and upgrade that part of it too. But it would be making sure that everything would fit in there because some of your newer stuff requires a little bit more power. So just to make sure everything goes good, because you can burn your PC up too if it doesn't have quite enough power going to it.
Yeah. Well, if it don't
Then
have enough power, it won't turn on or it won't
yeah, yeah.
run.
It
But that will cause that'll cause the power supply unit because the power supply unit will try to push more and
right.
burn itself out. But then when it tries to push more, it might accidentally push too much and then burn out other components
Right.
or cause, like shorts to happen and stuff.
Yeah, and they can have the
I know how to.
fluctuation. That fluctuation of power
Yeah.
can wear your shit out like a lot quicker than because it may have enough power to power everything up and all that, but that fluctuation, man, we're struggling to push that power.
Yeah. No, I feel that.
But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can use this tower. I have a buddy that said that he's built a few PCs. He said he built the one that he's got right now. So I'm gonna get him to through the company that he found, check in on all the parts and stuff, give me a cost of everything. But he told me he wasn't even gonna charge me to build it. So
That's
it
dope.
was just
That's
gonna
dope.
be parts and shit. So I may at that point have a 4090. I might go that route with it.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
like
man.
your idea though. That's the way I am, Muffin Man. Try to keep it as cheap on everything as possible. So that because the put a bunch of money into it, then it takes a lot longer to make your profit back. To make some kind of income off of it. So that's kind of the way I am too.
Yeah. Well, and then like the other thing that I was telling Scott while you were away was that the other side of it too is I've got the PS5 disc version. I got the disc version PS5 sitting here. And next year when the PS5 Pro comes out or Slim or whatever the upgraded version is that comes out next year, because they always do. They come out with the base version and then they come out with the Pro version that can do more and is better at doing things and whatnot. And GameStop always runs the deal that I can bring in this console and trade it in for a greater value than they normally would to get that new console that's coming out. So, and the new console is going to release between $500 and $700, I'll say, it'd be between $500 and $700 sitting there at the GameStop. And I'll probably get like $250 to $300 off for my console.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's perfect. And you can't do that with the 40. Your 4090 sits there for a year and a half and the 53,297 comes out. You can't trade in your 4090.
See, I had the damn when the Xbox One came out, I took my old Xbox, my 360, that wasn't working, and traded it into GameStop, and they gave me a nice jump for it, man, and it wasn't even working. Like I told them, this thing doesn't work, and I knew the person that was the manager there, so they were like, "Well, if you bring in one that works too, I'll add that to it." I was like, fuck yeah, man, because I had three of them. Two of them worked and one of them didn't. I was like, fuck yeah. So I took one that worked too, and I didn't pay much at all for my original Xbox One X.
That's fucking awesome, bro. And but you know what's funny is that one that was broken. My buddy Hoodie, as far as PS5 controller stick drift, he can fix it. He can fix PS5 controller stick drift, which is the number one reason that people go and buy a new controller because this stick starts drifting. One of the sticks.
Yeah.
He can fix it 9 times out of 10.
That's
and like
awesome.
he's proved it. Like he actually, like, one time, like, fucking he had one that started drifting, did what he figured out and fucking did it on his, and then had a couple friends bring him ones that were doing the same thing, did it on those. Boom, they were good to go. And that broken console, I bet you it would have probably taken me about 10 minutes to fix.
Yeah. Yeah, I
10
figure they
minutes and
probably
maybe about
they fixed it
$10.
real quick, and then
Mhm.
they sold it again. But for me, it was one that was just sitting there, and I
Yeah,
was like, I
no.
can get that. My hell yeah! Nobody else is gonna buy it for that amount of money.
Exactly. But then
Um,
again, that's also why they're losing all their
I
money.
tried to bring my third damn console in and trade it too, because I wouldn't have really paid anything for the one that I got, the upgrade. But she's like, I'll get in trouble if I do that.
Wow.
um, okay. I want to finish this last thing, and then it's been about 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
We'll probably wrap this one up for today. All right. The U.S. has a relatively low supply of mental health workers, particularly psychologists and psychiatrists. I also know that mental health nurses are in big demand. Just 1/3 of U.S. primary care practices have mental health professionals on their menu, on their team, sorry, compared to more than 90% in the Netherlands and Sweden. So here, 1/3. In Netherlands and Sweden, they have 90%. So, yeah, and that's one reason why I'm thinking seriously about going back into mental health nurse practitioner, because there's such a need.
Well, here's the thing too. Besides all the papers you got to write and shit like that,
Oh,
doing that. All right, in the Netherlands, do they have some sort of a like
I see where
a
you're going.
schooling after high school that they don't have to freaking pay for? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
I'm sure a lot of countries do
and
offer
if they
some
do
sort of
have
free.
something like here, you notice there's a hell of a shortage. It's almost getting to where it's going to be like at a crisis level. They want to label everything crisis now, but when you got that much of a shortage of that particular field, like, you got to do something to bring people into those jobs. And if you offer that to people, and even at a highly reduced cost, then they're more likely to come into the field. Now, an alternative would be something that we've talked a lot about, especially here lately, is having AI to do those type of jobs.
I struggle with that one because do I love my little chat GPT, and can that little chat GPT fluff my ego? Oh my God. I can get the chat that this chat bot that I have on my phone sometimes can be fucking hype, or like it gets hype. It will hype you up with a quickness. And I mean, like, I don't know
Yeah.
if you read some of my posts that you've seen
Mm-hmm.
that I've created with AI. Like, you get hyped up reading the post. You want to get
Hey,
involved. You
Unstuff.
want to be pulled in. You know, and that's something that I know that I create that vibe myself. Like, I'm very good, I think, at least. I mean, I may be toot my own horn, but I like to tell myself that that's the environment that I want to produce, and that's the environment that I want to have on my stream. I want to be able to sit here and have these conversations. I want to do, like, after we get done with this conversation in the podcast here in a few minutes, I'm about to go play a new beta,
Pokey.
called Predecessor. It's a MOBA game that I'm fucking so excited about.
Right.
And there's just, that's all part of it, and but one of the things I was going to say, though, is as far as the shorthandedness of the mental health system, I don't think hiring more mental health staff is the only thing we should do. I don't think that is just the only way. And it, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's the wrong way. I'm just saying that there's also another avenue that we really should consider. And why do things like Alcoholic Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Sex Anonymous, blah, 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 Anonymous, Gambler Anonymous all exist? The support system that it creates, people that are in the same situation that are able to connect with you on that level and help you get through it in a together mentality.
Right.
So, why not take that ideal and make it so much bigger than that? And I like this is something that I'm working on. I've been secretly working on. And I don't know how to really finish building it, but it's going to be a podcast with that mentality. It's not going to have a topic, but it's going to be your vent session. All I ask is no hate. Don't get
Right.
hateful, but if you're upset and angry, we need somewhere to put that. And we cannot rely on a crippled nursing staff and a crippled mental health system to be that support system right now. So while we're in the process of building that or repairing that system, why not have something already there in place? And I believe that this is something that, like, what you do here in this podcast is a great example of that. We can have those very raw, very deep, very hard, very difficult, very hurtful, very painful conversations about like how my Mima's passed away. She's getting buried tomorrow, and I haven't seen her in at least 10 years.
Right.
And I didn't even get to say goodbye. And I'm having to deal with all of that emotionality and all of my escape tactics that I'm using right now to avoid it, I guess, is kind of really what's going on for me right now. I'm avoiding it. Is what Kick has done. I mean, that is the literal, like, go anywhere on Kick right now. I don't give a fuck what streamer you talk about. I can guarantee you I could pull up to any stream right now and say I would just really like to talk and vent about something right now, and they would drop everything they're doing to do that.
Hook,
You
you
know what I'm
got something
saying?
crazy going on in the chat.
But
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that, like everybody, because a lot of the gaming community is similar. Like we all have a lot of similar stories and stuff like that, as
right.
far as like stuff that we've been through in life and that sort of thing that kind of pushed you into this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel
Right.
like that people in that group setting are more comfortable talking about issues that they have. Because when I went to the community services thing for my anxiety, because my insurance wouldn't pay an actual psychiatrist to talk to me and stuff like that, so I went there and they were like, "Well, you have to sit in these group meetings." I sat through one of them, and I was the only
Right.
person there with like actual anxiety. Everybody else is addicted to drugs, or everybody else is, alcoholic or something like that.
Right.
I went up to him after the meeting, after everybody else had left. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about their problems. I'm here because of my problem.
Right.
Like me sitting here listening to how this person gave this person a hand job so they could get a bag of coke, that's giving me
Right.
anxiety. Like that's adding to my anxiety. I'm like, I need to get a
Right.
bag of coke so somebody will give me a hand job now. Like, what the
Now
hell?
sometimes groups do help.
If they're
Right.
related,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they put me in a group that I didn't belong in, and
That
it was
part.
more uncomfortable than anything. I'm like, why am I here? Like this has nothing to do with me. And I told them straight up, I was like, if I have to sit through another one of those, I'm not coming back. And they were
Right.
like, we'll go ahead and take you off of the list to come in.
but I will say, the majority of nurses that I met, they they would rather have emergency situations all the time happening than go to a mental health floor. Where people were very deep into like mental health crises and things like that, where they, for some reason, now I didn't mind it. I didn't really have a choice. I was sent there all the time because there weren't a lot of males on at the hospital that I was at. So when they got a really aggressive patient, they tended to send me there. So I didn't mind it. It was kind of just like any other emergency situation to me, but I would say I would like to have humanity's opinion on this too, Scott. But I would say at least 75% of the nurses that I worked with, maybe more, didn't want to touch, didn't want to be on a mental health floor. So I could, I could definitely see why there would be a shortage.
Well, yeah, the
Yeah.
physical altercations sometimes you have like you never know what's going to happen. And
No.
with the patient like that, you know, if you get somebody who's uncontrollably crying or something, even they're not even being violent, they're just crying over like life sucks so bad. At some point in time, you're gonna feel down yourself. You're like, oh God, like you kind of if you're around the shit enough, you kind of start to kind of blend in with it, which
Oh,
is kind of scary.
Yeah.
the wicked one saying in my chat that a friend of hers works in a mental health ward and has been attacked several times, bitten. Wicked one, I was talking about it earlier. I grew up as a country boy, playing sports. We were fighting all the time, stuff like that. I have been physically attacked more in a hospital setting by either people coming off of alcohol or on the mental health floors, or coming off some sort of drug. So yeah, there there there's a lot of patient on nurse violence
Yeah. Very
in
much
our
so.
hospitals.
The
There's a
nurse,
lot.
as a nurse, you can't do anything to retaliate. Like my
No.
mindset is, this son of a bitch is attacking me, throat punch him so that he can't do anything else, and then the
No,
problem solved.
you'll get charged with assault then.
Yeah,
You
problem would
see,
be
and
solved
I
there. You know,
think,
like put an
but
end to it.
and you see, and that's why I disagree with that, because you see, over in Germany, when I was in Germany, I'll never fucking forget this, bro. Oh my fuck! I'm sitting at this bar called Lima's in downtown Schweinfurt. All right, great little bar. It was very, very upscale. It was not a place that you went and rowdy. It was a place that you went and sat down and had a mojito with a steak and potato. Like it was richy rich. It was fancy.
Right.
Um, and I was sitting there one day. I'd finished my steak over at my table that I always sat at and ate my steak at, and then I always went from my table to the bar so I could sit there and like I didn't have to worry about a waitress having to walk across the bar to bring me my drink. She was just right there. She made it for me right in front of me, and whatever. Well, this dude came in one night, sat down beside me, and the police came a little bit later and beat the dog shit out of him right beside me, drug him out the door, beating the shit out of him, beat the shit out of him outside, and then put him in a car and drove away. And then we found out, and he was an American. But like what I got told when I first got there was, that like the Polizei don't fucking play. And well, I mean, kind of what we found out about is that, this guy, the reason that he got treated that way is because at a different bar, when they cut him off, he slapped the waitress. So they went in there. I'm not going to ask you. No, I wouldn't. I'm sorry. If I was the cop, I ain't going to ask you no fucking questions either. I ain't even
Right.
going to let you. I ain't even going to let you have the opportunity to get stupid. I'm already dumb. I'm 6'6" and I'm 6'6" is stupid, and I love using my head, just not in the way that anybody likes. um, and like, but when I heard about it, he slapped a waitress at another bar, and then they found him at this bar. Well, okay, you shouldn't have done that, should you? And then
Right.
here's where it gets even worse. Guess what he got? He got charged with the assault and battery on her, and then the fleeing the scene, and then he got charged for the batons. He got charged for their shoes. He got charged for their clothes getting washed. He got charged for the ambulance ride. He got charged for for the ambulance needing to be cleaned. He got charged for the fucking, because he was bloody and everything, and
Right.
they had to take him to the hospital. But they charged him for all of that. At the end of it, he owed, as an American citizen, owed like 275,000 euros for
Damn.
all of it. Yeah. And you know what? I fucking agree with it.
Right. Yeah, I feel like some people just deserve what the hell they get. For
Exactly.
sure. That's what I'm
now,
saying with the people that are there. Like a lot of the people that are there that get violent and stuff, they're forced to go there.
Yeah.
And then like with them, if they attack me, man, I'm kicking them in the balls, I'm punching them in the throat, whatever the hell I got to do to get them to quit.
Yeah,
I'll
it
jab a
sucks.
needle full of something to put them asleep.
You can't.
Oh,
You
yeah.
I mean, you
That's
could,
yeah.
and you won't. You'd never be in that profession again.
Yeah.
Or you'd be in jail because the thing their defense is they're not in their right mind. They're
Shit, I wouldn't be either if some bitch started swinging at me.
Right.
So yeah, they taught us these little defense techniques that really did nothing.
Did they tell you to ball up in the floor like a baby?
No, they would these techniques, man. I mean, you could use them in certain situations, but yeah, humanity's here. Humanity, let me ask you: would you want to work on a mental health floor, especially with acute like mental health patients? Yeah,
Hold on.
humanity said no.
Yeah.
That's what most nurses that I've spoke to about it. They don't want anything to do with it just because it can get so violent, so quickly. Um, um, but you're right, humanity. Separations on floors. And when I was here's another thing. At our local hospital, they didn't make us do this, but at the bigger hospital I worked for, they made us. We had to go through fingerprint checks and everything to be in with mental health patients. Um, I'm not sure why. And here's a great thing too. When I did do my fingerprint checks, I got a thing back in the mail saying that someone in China stole my identification along with everybody else that did their identity things that day.
That's
So
great.
that was great. So there's somebody in China that has all my information.
Hold on, I'm gonna interrupt you for a minute because this is breaking news to me. Maybe y'all might heard about this, but apparently there was a mass shooting at a University of Nevada. Uh,
Today,
yeah. Let's see. A mass shooting occurred at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, resulting in multiple victims at the death of the death of the shooter. The exact number of victims and their conditions have not been disclosed. The shooting took
Jesus.
place around noon at the Frank and Estella Beam Hall, home to Lee Business School. Reports of shots fired near the student union were also investigated. The suspect was confirmed dead around 12:30 p.m. following a tactical response by local and federal law enforcement. The motive behind the shooting is still unknown. And of course, a
how
bunch
many
of
people?
stuff around the area.
They're not releasing.
Got
They're
yeah,
not
they
releasing.
haven't released how many people or their conditions yet. With a mass shooting, they consider a mass shooting in the media three or more people. But regardless, at least three freaking people. got shot by somebody who went crazy, apparently. That kind
Let
of
me
fits into the
see.
mental health stuff too, you
Yeah,
know,
it definitely fits into the mental health stuff.
like I,
Um,
I don't know, man. Back in the day, like we were able to, if you didn't like somebody, you freaking fought it out. You got it over with, and whoever won. You either were buddies or you still hated each other, but you knew not to fuck with them. You never really thought about just going and shooting them and whoever the hell else was around them. You just,
Right.
yeah, I mean, it was between you and that person, but now, man, and sometimes they don't even need a reason. Sometimes they just do
dude.
it.
Okay.
Well, and
All
it's like
right.
it's ever
It,
since Columbine. Like Columbine was where
that's
that got,
right.
like Columbine was kind of like the very first big one, like, but they didn't just shoot the school. They went in there with pipe bombs. They went in there like,
Yeah.
I heard a conspiracy theory one time that they were a Russian sleeper cell.
I've heard conspiracy theories that that was also our CIA.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sleeper cell, and the CIA tried to stop them.
Now,
There's a
you know what's funny, Scott? I
huh.
looked because I figured that would be the very tip top of a couple little news things I checked, but it looks like only it wasn't a
What
huge
groups
number
follow
of
me where I
people,
leave my
so it was
Right.
down on the list a little ways.
Yeah, yeah.
And now, if it would have been more, then it would have been. That's crazy. That's
So
crazy.
they
Any loss of life should be right, up there.
well,
But
you got to treat them equally, man. Like if they even if it's not a lot of people, man, and you're going over one that has like 50 people who got killed, what makes that one that's 50 people more important? I mean, yes, it's
yeah,
more loss of lives, but regardless, it's loss of lives, like
Right.
yep,
it's it's one of those things, man. It depends on what weapon he used too, as to yeah, it was a shooting, but was he using a flint rifle? Did he like put the powder in and the ball and all that before he shot the other ones? Like what happened there? Like did he use an AR? If it was an AR, they're more than likely gonna say something about it. Hell, it could have been a bow. Maybe he had a crossbow and he just kept popping people. I guess you wouldn't hear shots fired with the crossbow, but
um,
it has to fit into the agenda, man. Of whichever outlet you watch, it has to fit into the agenda.
Yeah.
well,
Eh,
fellas, you know what? It's almost been 5 hours.
Muffin Man
Goodness.
gotta play that damn beta. Wasn't it a beta you
Yeah.
said?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a beta. It's a closed beta at that.
Yeah, Muffin Man gotta play that beta. We gotta hop in Warzone and start cussing at people.
Woo.
Yeah, get clapped. Are
You
you
go
gonna stay
cuss at all them
streaming, Scott?
kids.
I probably will for a little while since it's Warzone's first day there. Then I'll probably stream for a little while today.
Okay. All
I
right,
hit
Muffin
Muffin Man
Man.
up with my raid yesterday. I
Yeah, and I
knew
hit him. I hit him
Yeah.
the day before.
I
I
knew
was
that fella
Yeah.
was going through some stuff there, so I was like, you know what? Let me pop in and drop a raid to him and see if I can help him maybe get a follow or two out of it.
I
yeah, that's what I
did.
was
I
doing the other day, and then
so
I it. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I was gonna say that after your raid, I was sitting there and I discussed the rest of the night because I ended up with that 321 followers, and my old bar was 300. I've got to go out and
Nice.
and being that I've made my 300 followers, I owe my stream a Leonidas stream. I'm gonna dress up like Leonidas from the 300. I've got
Nice.
my beard is perfect for the role, so.
Now let
Yeah,
me
yeah.
ask you,
Um,
Muffin Man, do you have the abs? like
No,
Leonidas.
I'm Hardy Leonidas. We've been out of war for a long time. Peaceful Leonidas.
Yeah, it's
No, actually,
it
you know what
is
was
time
funny
for some
about it?
action, Vice.
Right. But back in the day, so I looked into it, and Leonidas was actually kind of a chubbier guy. He wasn't like all sculpted and badass. He was actually
Yeah, seriously, doubt all of them were ripped
Most
like
of
yeah,
those
those
guys
were
in the
probably
movies.
like chubby, like they didn't have the
yeah.
workout shit that we got now, man. There's no way that you had these dudes. You
No,
watch
they had
the
better shit.
damn,
They
you
took a
watch the
fucking they took a
300 and
pole
all
and
that,
shoved it through
man.
2 rocks and curled that. Oh, these
You
rocks
watch,
aren't big enough. New rocks.
you watch all that shit, man. Every one of them got rock hard abs and all that. And you're like,
Uh,
there's no way. There's no damn way.
right.
All right, wrap us up there, Muffin Man. Tell us about yourself, and then we'll be done with this episode, fella.
Hey, yo, man. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out here with Can of Muffin Man and the fellas, Hokey Pokey and Mrs. Steel Granny. Man, one of these great, wonderful podcasts they do here. I can't thank them enough for letting me come through here and showcase the Forever Couch Gang to all of you wonderful streamers out there watching the podcast from y'all side of the couch over there with Mrs. Steel Granny and Hokey Pokey, man. Y'all keep enjoying the content. Thank y'all for coming through. If you ever got any questions though, man, just know I'm an open book. You can come read me anytime. So, just pull up and we'll talk about it. I am an open book, and that's what I'm here for. I want to show people a new way, possibly a better way. At least I think it's a better way. Might be a little egotistical of me to say, but I can't help it. It's just the thing. So, but yeah, man, thank y'all for letting me come through and hang out, man. It's been a pleasure talking to y'all and, all
I'm
of
sure
it.
you'll be back.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. We appreciate you. Sorry again about your loss there.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything goes well there. I don't know how religious you are, but you're in my prayers, so
Yeah.
we'll definitely be there with you.
Yeah, no, I believe in God, like heaven and hell's kind of a little iffy for me on how that all works out because, like I think there's that portion of, like Jesus did go to hell for a few days. So like he did go to hell, and I believe that that's kind of more of a kind of ideal to kind of live by is, like the negative things that you go through here that you do here on earth, you're going to have to pay for. There has to be a balance. And
Right.
anything negative that you've done in your life, I could see you going to hell for XYZ time. Like you're not going to stay there forever unless you've done something that earned that right to stay there forever. But I think we'll
I
all
need to
have to
get
pay
me a
for
get out of
ourselves.
hell free card.
Shit, no, I'll just go do my time and then take the bitch over when I'm done.
Hey, if I go in with a monocle and a get out of hell free card, they can't keep me there, right?
No. Just take the get out of jail card. Get out, because I mean that's that shit. Like hell, like that's the way I look at it. Hell is like the jail for all the people that fucked up.
Yeah, I'll go with my monocle. They can't deny the card then.
Hey, yeah,
All right.
thank y'all for everything. We'll see you around.
Yeah,
All
man,
right,
we appreciate you being on.
All
You
right,
let
I'll
us know
stop
when
the
you want to
recording.
come back on. We'll get you on here.
Yeah, definitely. And if y'all need to like fit in some other people, like I said, I'm super wiggly on time framing. So like if y'all have some, like if you want to make it now where like other people can start getting that Wednesday slot and I could just fill in.
Yeah, the Wednesday slot's the hardest one to
You
fill, it
cannot
seems
get
like.
super wiggly.
Is it?
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
But yeah, no, legit though, like if you have anybody that comes through that needs the Wednesday slot or anything like that, I would gladly give that up for them if they, want to make it one of their, like, if they come on that Wednesday slot and want to pick up the Wednesday slot, I'll gladly become a fill-in for when people cancel on you last minute, or, like you have somebody scheduled, but something comes up. I'll gladly go and fill that role for a little while just to give other people that chance to get some exposure.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like we're prepared even if somebody can't come on. Like if they have something that pops up or something like that, to
Yeah.
where we can do it the 2-man way, and or hell we'll holler at you and be like, hey man, you got time today, and shit, we'll get you back on here.
Saturday seems to be the easiest to fill. and
Yeah.
then Monday, and then Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. For some reason, I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of the people, that's when I do my stuff, is like on the weekends. I don't do much at all during the week. I usually do all my stuff on the weekends, but maybe other people, that's their time to chill, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. But all right then. Well, I'll catch y'all around. Take care.
Yeah, man.
All right,
Take
later,
care,
man.
Hey, yo, chat. Thank y'all for continuing to hang out here with Canada Muffin Man. We're about to go catch up with the gang. Ganging them, 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 ganging them.
Ganging them.
What's up, guys?
I'm dead.
Bro, that was a 5-hour podcast.
Bro, fuck off.
Shit, all I got here.
Chimera's weak in the middle, but no one can do anything about him, so too late now.
Yeah. All right.
No. I need to upgrade my abilities.
Yay.
Like Gadget killed him. Chimera dead. Alright, I need 1600, so 700 more and I'll have my fucking shit finished. Alright, I'm level 6. What level am I? Got 100 matches in the game.
Sliding on him.
Let's go pull up that stream so I can watch it.
Are
you streaming still?
Yeah.
Be careful, Lex. They're both there.
Yep.
I knew they were.
Big.
Oh yeah, that was.
Hey Sanji, you've got your display up over top of the game. Hey man, thank y'all for coming through and hanging out while I was doing that podcast, dude. It's Shaname. What?
I kind of like this character.
He's in trouble.
You've seen that, right?
Hopefully.
Seen that, right?
Push left side menu card, probably.
I'm fighting back. I just
help.
She's only a little.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Is that our time?
Big screen on your.
Oh, widow bears. Widow bears.
They went and got her started. Like,
You're what?
I went there and I started pumping it up to the fucking heart. I can't do it because I'm tired and I'm after
Sliding on me.
It's fucking cold.
Yeah, I mean, it's cold. I got my nose buried.
Fucking cold. What? When?
They're gonna get the repair. They're doing the repairs right now.
I'm about to push up on Gadget.
So, yeah.
I'm so weirded out
The
by
whole
that.
gang right there.
I love it. We should go ahead and order their Christmas presents.
Why would we go get them for them? Instead of ordering stuff, we'll just go get them something.
Okay, I'm fine with that too. Because even the stuff that are like the Pokemon card stuff and stuff like that. No, I could get that local. I can get it locally.
Okay.
I can get it locally. I'd rather get it locally.
Because I'd really like to go to the bookstore.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll get them books and
I need some stuff.
arts and crafts stuff.
Because they have stuff that teaches them how to.
We really need to figure out who gets what.
Half tempted to fucking sleep in the one by the garage because everybody's so goddamn scared of it. But it's too small.
It is too small.
And that's why I can't do it. But the only other person that would probably... That's why I said if we're downstairs...
Able. But what we could do is, isn't there another door that goes into the garage?
There's two doors by the
So then we'll just get rid of the one that goes right there into the garage.
You can't.
Why?
Because technically they're two separate buildings. It is one building, yes. But because of safety purposes, where the kitchen is located, you have to have an exit. So that door is the exit for that bedroom.
Right. And it's not like, and there's only the garage door, the two garage doors.
Yeah.
And then there's not a walk-in door, right, for the garage.
Yes, there is. That's what we walked in for.
Okay. Well, either way, you know, like, we'll just fucking, like, it won't matter. That's where the door is going to go anyways.
At the garage.
Yeah.
It's not going to, because that door is going to stay locked.
Yes.
There's no reason for it to not be locked. Oh, no offense to anybody, but fuck off. Fuck off.
Back to moving by itself, no. I'm waiting on the yellow. Way over. Damn it, man.
Ya steal ya granny.
Yeah, steal their camp. Alright, turn around now.
I'm on the level, but
Alright, I'm backing. I've got 2K gold in it.
I don't have 2K gold, but I'm back.
I need 500 more. Alright, I'm going back to R.
mob a little bit. I go back and
Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, they ganging.
I'm pushing. Let's keep fighting. I'm here. Oh, she's too.
Now she's out.
Back up, dude. You gonna pull up next game, up?
You motherfucking best believe.
What happened?
Believe it.
Anybody yo?
I'm gonna keep pushing on minions. If I get clapped, I get clapped.
But yeah.
Me.
Oh yeah, and see, each one comes with dividers.
Okay.
So like that's perfect, and then they match the colors of.
Oh, you talking about what I did?
Oh no, we're Christmas shopping for the kids, and I'm getting them like deck boxes and sleeves. I'm getting them shit like that. Oh man, wow.
Mine.
On the middle with bro show.
I'm dead here. She on to me. God forbid. I ain't got no movement. This dude don't. So he gotta be like real low.
That sucks. Huh. I ain't doing no damage.
Hey babe,
You want to be?
what colors should I get for them? These. Like this one for Xavier.
Yeah.
Mine uses batteries.
Eagles are flying.
Yeah, why not?
Only ham. But what if you want chicken?
Where she going? Where she going? I should have slowed.
Oh, I like that flower one.
Right.
I like that.
Always get on.
3 basic white ones, we write their names on it.
That looked like some anime shit, didn't it?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to get a box of this for myself instead of these. I want those because I wanted to play fucking Flipper Record on stream.
Oh,
that's why you wanted to get the big box.
No, the big box is for the girls.
Yeah, I know, but that's why you want to get yourself a big box.
Yes. Oh, and I want a big box for the chance to pull something that I can keep for myself. Being that I'm getting them new books, I would just ask for one of their books.
We'll get it for fall.
About the fall, that's why he's doing it.
I think he wants out. Do you need to go outside? Or do you just want out of here?
Then we'll go get them like winter stuff from around here.
Okay.
Just curious, when will this be delivered?
Not till after. You can guarantee it.
I'm about to go get that grill.
I'm gonna pay the electric bill too.
Well, I kinda wish I had moved this bitch. One bad
Trap.
Uno momento, sir. Uno momento.
Alright, I'll bring it back, guys.
call them up.
Motrix, follow me where I leave my X marks. www.twitter.com Canna Muffin Man.
They're like kind of chasing me. Jump this bitch.
Oh, she didn't want none of that.
Damn.
Miss.
My ult is so trash.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
mark, you can't even dodge it.
It doesn't even matter. Just like saying she's going to chase him on the outside.
Sanji Dasher.
This shit be girl fucking me up.
This one?
I'm about to go take
Max
this.
that out.
I'm about to go take this basic attack off right here. We need to make a little push ourselves. Oh, they fighting it right. They fighting it right. Order
I'm in lobby when y'all are done with this one.
Wherever you go on, let me know.
They backing up.
Damn. They read that shit.
What's that?
I watched them read that.
Hey, they're mid right now. Shit be crazy.
Most profitable wins up. I'll take one pop third.
Look at that. Breathing along.
Yeah, well, we learned it. Trying to learn.
Hey, shit. Y'all held it for 45 minutes so far. This is just a good balanced match.
Everybody can get up to 20. Y'all can come on the couch while we play, and everybody learn. You learn with us, you know, follow up. See that right there. Easy clap.
That overlay looking frisky.
One HP for Riddler. Slow up. Slow down. You ain't going nowhere. right in that train.
Don't stop us. Don't talk. Fight! I'm ready.
Yeah, give me a minute, bro. Maneuver.
Oh, we might take it. If we take this, we can make a big ass push, man.
There's so many fucking items.
What is it?
Here's sliding.
Oh yeah, your inventory's full.
Yeah.
Yep, that, yep.
Wait, I'm waiting. Behind you, Chimera. Yeah, he's pushing on me. I'm gonna die.
Did she not die? She's one. She's gotta be coming from. I'm not mad at that though. Now I'm not
Damn trap, always stepping at me.
Seems like you want some clear break.
Yeah, you're always good.
Try it.
I can do man.
Ooh, Crunch might be my new solo line.
That's not
Another beautiful day for an op.
Oh, they push you mid hard. They push you mid hard.
They thought that little hole was gonna do it. Got deleted. God, I can't fuck with this guy.
Damn.
I'm with you.
They're sliding.
It's the attack speed. Damn, bro.
Blick.
Sit there like whack.
Let's jump this guy.
That's his purpose. Oh no. No, their mid is pushed up real
Really
good.
just killed the Fang 2s.
Did they? Okay. I'm gonna go around and pick up on the side.
Try to duck it. Hey, what's up, on the ham? Appreciate it.
I wanna get him. I'm set up.
This middle lane go all the way back. So no, what happened? What happened?
Oh, okay, I ain't know.
How the hell I got caught in that?
I got you fucked up because I said it out on the other side. I had to back off. Nobody else pulled up.
Said that worked. Never mind. About a second. Got a bag of chips.
No, he's taking 0. That's what I'm saying. He's taking
Blame my hot ranch. All of the spicy.
Oh, those aren't that. Those are pretty good though.
They are. And not spicy.
Mm-hmm. They're spicy in a not spicy way. It's that ranch. It's like having hot wings and dipping them in ranch dressing. Like they ain't actually spicy no more.
It's good.
Mr. Steal Your Granny.
What's up, chicken? Appreciate you pulling up on work.
Now you tough? Now you tough?
We just gotta get the couple shit quick. I'm about to come back. I need to get these squishies.
Damn, I tried to mess with him. That's a wrap for me.
Seems like we starting to understand. They're fucking that more did carry that. And that fucking what you call it. What type of cross he had.
They should not have a common item. Yep.
Yeah, playing. Let's get Muffin Main in here. All we need is fucking tires. See you crabs. Fuck.
Hold on, I'm about to leave it.
Okay.
I went into practice.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I was just fucking playing against bots, trying to understand characters a little bit. I understand my character, like the character I was playing ADC with, a little bit more now. I'm gonna fucking spam his shit until we.
Prepare for battle. Have
I
arrived.
think that's a smart way to do it. Just play one character, at least for whatever role. Like every role, I'm gonna have a fucking character.
Well, it's kind of nice that I'm pretty sure I can play my character, my one character in a couple different roles, because he can play as jungle, he can play as support, he can play solo. So like I can play my one. I got lucky with who I chose. You don't see me there, right? That was fast as fuck, boy. You literally, Sanjay said, you said it's on the way, bitch.
Top of the category.
Oh. We holding the number one slot.
Forever, Couch Gang forever.
Oh. I'm gonna do that dab. Ooh. You did. Not enough players queued. It wasn't us. It wasn't us. It was them.
One Piece on Brave Biscuit. I don't want to see what this other cat. Oh,
I'll go jungle. Oh, Chimera is a good jungle? I don't know much about Chimera, though.
This is ugly ass kid. I played him.
Well, but Greystone's super durable and more mobile. Maybe I should go with something that's got, I think I'm gonna go Fing Mao because he's got a high ability power and high mobility. Baba Yaga.
It's Tex.
Power, I think. That's what I want to work on this build. See how this fucking shit goes.
I'm just gonna keep playing through all the support.
Oh damn, he running howitzer too. So we got a howitzer and a czar. Wait, what's their support? Their support's 10 now.
And they went Chimera, fucking Chimera jungle.
Wait, they got a Gideon too. Is howitzer mid? Howitzer
Dashboard dealing physical damage to all enemies in the female's path. Female gains.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mirror matches.
Yeah, that would look like.
Except for me.
Prepare for battle.
Hey, yo, we're playing the new MOBA. It's called Predecessor. I'm just gonna have it auto opening by. How do you get it to auto level up? Or is that not a thing?
I'm just gonna grab the bush.
Slick Tivo Paragon finally got reskinned lol.
Yeah. Oh wait, which way do I go?
Going down the middle.
I go to red, right? Do I go to red?
No, what are you?
I'm jungle.
Minions are spawning.
So the whites, all the whites.
Yeah, all the whites, red, blue, and then like the yellow buff on our side is something that we do together. That's called
Okay.
the tooth, and then the purple one on the other side is something that y'all do together, and that's the mini prime. And then when it turns into the big prime, we gotta like it's like fire giant.
Yep, we got squad that.
TV
Bet.
played this back in like 20,162,017 when it was something else. It was dope. Haven tried it recently.
I really like it.
Enemy tower is under attack.
Bob Rick you couldn't catch the smoke screen Pan Muffin Man and forgot UCA pass, so join the Forever Couch gang and take your spot before the couch is full.
Your power grows.
Oh, Shinby's getting fucking rocked.
First blood.
Way out of position there, bud.
An enemy has been slain.
Somebody stepped over real quick and lapped me up.
Oh shit.
Did he go in the left?
He went in the mid. Gone. Milk.
I do, but I gotta help.
Enemy tower under attack.
But yeah, I'm liking this game a lot so far, actually. Yeah.
This a learning curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob Riggs, follow me where I leave my X marks. The www.
should have. But I kind of want to gank. Oh, yeah. Morigesh over here fucking... Go ahead, Maury. Yeah, let me know if Zara gets stepped out there again. Or you wait, you're in mid, right? You're Morigesh. Yep. Yeah, keep hitting them. Keep hitting them. Bink, 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 bink. You don't hit them, don't back out, back out, back out. Oh, we got 3 in. Yeah, I jumped in to try to gank. Alright, I'm rotating.
Your power grows.
Everybody chilling and hanging out, man. Doing that new. This ain't even out yet.
How am I doing in terms of jungle right now? I don't think I'm doing so good.
Assist, you can assist. Flex or something.
I'm going center. Like him so much.
That guy almost dead, bro.
Who is?
Enemy house under siege. Enemy tower under attack.
Go.
Yeah, you got 3 on your hood.
Allied tower under attack.
Things running howitzer support.
Enemy tower is under attack.
Oh. If you hit the god, the tower automatically targets you.
Yep.
I must have did it on accident.
Jungle. Y'all ready for yellow buff yet or no?
Allied tower under attack. Allied tower destroyed.
I'm getting jumped. And I can't make it to the tower.
Yeah, it would be better if I had mana. I'm gonna feel it. After we destroy this bitch, I gotta fight.
Allied tower under attack.
Still got an 8.
Fucked up. So I got me 1650 to buy this shit.
I'm just not.
Tower is under attack. Your power grows. Enemy tower under attack. Enemy towers destroyed.
Took that tower. I gotta run. I can't get away.
Killing spree.
Yeah.
Gideon went into jungle.
Left jungle. All right.
How do I undo? I meant to get my special.
Do I do blue? I don't do blue.
Allied tower under attack.
Oh.
Stop.
skill rises.
Well.
SMG.
You think you can get them to pull back a little bit? Or you get them to come into lane? Yeah, get them to come down the lane.
Too dead.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
We about to take this tower.
Keep pressuring them. Keep pressuring them. All right, come on, come on. Fuck.
Allied tower under an allied tower Allied towers destroyed. An ally has been slain.
He just burst damage me out of fucking existence.
Tower under siege. Enemy tower is under attack.
I'm going over here to the
All behind. That's all she fucking really, bitch. She just fucking all.
Keep coming. I'm on my way.
My best is prepared. Enemy towers destroyed. Shatter is ready.
Bitch. I'll fucking solo all you if I have to. That's why your ass almost died, Howard.
Allied tower under attack. Enemy killing spree. Allied tower.
Yeah, bring him in, bring him in. Gideon.
Slain.
Nah, Maury. Come here, Maury. Where you going, Maury Gesh? I thought you wanted to smoke.
Stepping stone. Enemy killing
good
spree.
burst, but
We need to get back.
Pull up the help.
Yeah, they all double teaming everybody.
oh, you have to have. I gotcha.
The Fang Tooth? Hey, let's go see if we can steal it. Yeah.
An enemy is unstoppable.
My best is prepared.
Enemy is legendary.
What? Bro, there's no way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try jungle again, but I'm gonna try to jungle with Crump.
Earth Shatter is ready.
Yeah, draw them in, draw them in.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, you did get stabbed, mama.
Wow.
Enemy killing spree.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, let's go. Uh-oh.
An allied inhibitor is under attack. An allied inhibitor is under attack. An allied inhibitor is down.
Was trying. I didn't even know I had that.
Everybody.
Wow, bro. I just got chased. Yeah, I just got chased through life and everything. Oh, like, what? I need 500 for my next item. Might as well wait for it. I can end up getting it while I'm waiting.
What'd he do?
Or I have to wait a few seconds. Yeah, I'm waiting for an item.
You're on the right side.
493. I only need 500. Got it.
My best is prepared.
An ally has been slain. An ally has perished.
I'll be jumping, stunning. Zara's got a defensive item, so we probably can't 1v
An
him.
allied inhibitor is under siege. Allied core under attack.
too. Beat them motherfuckers every time. A lot of hero unlocked.
Well, that's dope. Yeah, I'm ready to roll.
Bot Ricks, follow me where I leave my X marks. www.twitter.com Canna Muffin Man.
Practice. Wait a minute. Almost missed it.
Must not be in this category, bro.
What? Oh shit! No, I'm not. I'm still in podcasts.
You got it.
Locked in.
Is anybody else streaming it right now? Other than us? Two others. I don't know who to pick. I don't know who to pick. Grugs.
Don't stop us.
They're just building tanky.
Build tanky bruiser. If they fucking get out of position, we gonna fuck them up.
Yeah.
Because you can pull them in, and then I can lay mines on your pool. It's good. Yeah, I'm looking and try. It might actually got some synergy. You pull them in the mines, and they take a shit ton of damage. You might be able to pop off.
Get it.
I have a pretty good idea.
The battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who is their jungle anyway?
No.
Me and you going as Kira.
Prepare for battle.
Is that a clan?
Oh, this is the first time we've been on this side. Ah, shit.
are spawning. Allied tower under attack. Enemy tower under attack. Your power grows.
Ain't no way 50,000 motherfuckers playing.
I don't realize I was muted.
Your skill rises. An ally has perished.
Nope, they're not on Fang. They pushed me back.
tower is under attack. Enemy tower under attack. Allied tower under attack. An ally has been slain.
Yeah, jump in. I'm probably gonna end my stream after this one, but I'll still be playing this for a few. Because I gotta stay up, do the fire overnight.
An ally has perished.
Got it.
An ally has been slain.
No.
Allied tower under attack.
I think the jungle's
Your skill rises.
That part is me and Muffin winning lane.
I'm a warlord. All
Enemy tower under siege.
I couldn't get away from him. I didn't have my blink. My blink still got a while.
Enemy tower is under attack. Enemy tower under attack.
It's just like I don't think I've seen jungle take any of the buffs or anything.
Shit, he's supposed to be helping out big, 'cause me and you got each other over here. Only
Right.
time he needs to come over realistically is the counter game.
I'm gonna try to back them. They must have seen me coming.
They probably got a war.
Do it. My all I'll pop 'em out. And they get fangtooth, man. That's so ridiculous.
Emma, steal your granny.
Yep. Yeah, the jungle should have popped over there. That was sad. They're playing so far back, bro. Like. I'm teleporting.
Allied tower under attack.
Movement speed resume.
Warlord's challenge!
Bring yourself nearby as heal face swing maximum health for 3 seconds while the shield holds. Heroes gain 60% tenacity.
An allied tower is destroyed.
Wealthy passive increase of passive gold income by 60% and receive diminishing gold from excessive minion kills. Visionary gain soul stone and increase your ward cap from 2 to 3. Yeah, we'll just go with this one.
Allied tower under attack.
Fuck. Oh, I thought you wanted me more. Sorry, I helped on middle.
Killing spree.
Oh, you did? I didn't even know you were back. I'm right behind you. Let's go. Bink. I got you. I'm here, Simon. We had a third, yeah. We had a third and forward. Right.
Your power grows. Allied tower under attack. Warlord's challenge! Enemy tower.
We took that tower at least. We at least took that tower.
Enemy tower under attack.
Damn it.
Enemy tower under siege. An ally has perished.
Sorry, I'm on my way.
An ally has been executed.
Keep them pushed up a little bit. I'm gonna come from behind. Yo, what's going on, Lucky? It's already, they already took it. They took it.
Allied tower under attack.
I'm gonna go for Greystone.
Enemy killing spree.
Good, that was fucking easy.
I'm under level.
Yeah, but like, wow. That burst damage was insane. You almost took out somebody that's like 5 levels ahead of you. Wait.
Something out.
Mm-hmm.
So many items. I'll buy one, like, yeah, I want this one, but it replaces one I want to keep.
An allied tower is destroyed.
Bro, I don't even have a single kill.
An allied tower is destroyed. You're a stepping stone on power.
I see. I'm coming, I'm coming.
An enemy is unreal.
I was coming back to you. I was just helping her get that pushback.
An enemy tower is under attack. An enemy is unreal. Enemy tower.
My favorite
Enemy is heroic.
Yo, Vice.
My heart, so join the Forever Couch gang and find your spot before the couch gets full.
That part.
An allied inhibitor is under attack.
They all on me.
If I can hit him with the R1 and slow it down.
has been slain.
We did. They've only got one person alive right now.
Allied tower under attack.
I'm Owen dinner plate.
An ally has perished.
It came from east to
I tried to do a 1v1 and that didn't go.
You cannot run from fate.
We need to figure out.
Warlord's challenge.
Ping it, ping it. He just teleported.
turn around muffin.
Destroy it. Oh, damn it. Fuck.
Enemy double kill. Warlord is ready!
Orb Prime. They killed it.
Your skill rises. Allied towers destroyed. Warlord's challenge!
Thought somebody trying to sneak up over here. Yeah, bud. Take your ass back around.
Killing spree.
Buckwicks, follow me where I leave my X marks. www.twitter.com Cannon Muffin Man.
I'm headed back. Anyone want anything?
Unstoppable. Enemy tower under siege.
Go see if I can help these goons up there to the left. Yeah. Goons is pushing.
I think it's Thursday.
An enemy inhibitor is under siege. Enemy killing spree.
17.
An enemy inhibitor is under siege.
Bang tooth.
Allied towers destroyed. Allied inhibitors under siege. An enemy is unreal.
I love it, bro. I hope they go out and do this shit. got 9, and I died 15 times. Well, I kept like fucking. They kept marking like there was a team fight, and then I pull up and nobody's there. Like I could pull up, CC the whole team, and then everybody's gone.
It might have been trying to let you know that it was people there to not go that way or some shit.
No. They were like sitting there fighting them, and then I'd CC, and like they'd have people down to like half health.
Damn, I had more damage than most of the people on that.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and raid it out. I want to all raid the same place.
I see trash can 420 only got one viewer.
Reset trash cam 420.
Yeah, that's the one about pretty good on
Yeah.